Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. Putin, Xi and Kim take centre stage in China as world leaders meet for high-level talks. Meanwhile, Belgium will recognise a Palestinian state at the UN, ramping up global pressure on Israel amid the Gaza crisis. And the Taliban appeal for international aid after a deadly earthquake devastates eastern Afghanistan. Xi Jinping is hosting Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-un in Beijing for the first time, bringing the three leaders together for high-level talks at the Shanghai Cooperation Summit. Tomorrow, they will attend a massive military parade in Tiananmen Square, marking the end of World War II. The visit highlights deepening ties between Moscow, Beijing and Pyongyang, while Russia redeploys forces in Ukraine, signalling a possible autumn offensive. Now, for more on this, we're joined from Moscow by Sergei Markov, who is the director of the Institute of Political Studies and also former public spokesman for President Putin. Sergei, thank you for joining us. President Putin has called Xi his dear friend, is what we're hearing. So how much of this is symbolism and how much do you think is actually real strategic alignment that we're seeing?
Well, symbolism, of course, is important for most of the cultures. Both three leaders of China, Russia and India, they welcome each other's very warm style. But of course, the main is strategic interest. Main threat to all three countries is threat from the Western coalition. Now we can see that the Western country attacked Russia in the tremendous sanction war. Also, United States attacked China in the, in fact, economic war, and now United States start to attack India. So all three countries has to be very close to each other to help each other to protect from the attack from a Western coalition. Same time, it's not only defensive strategy, but also these three big country civilizations responsible for the formation of the new international order. They try to create this new international order, and probably this is one of the strategic goals of the Shanghai Security Organization, so as the BRICS and these three countries, which is the core of both of these organizations. So, formation of the new international order, where there will be no domination of the Western countries. It's the big strategic goal, but also economic interest. The interest to build relation between each other without aggressive negative influence of the Western countries. It's also important.
So do you think what we're seeing here, because Kim Jong-un is there, Putin is there, Xi are all there in Beijing right now, is this potentially, do you think, the start of a new axis in global politics that we're witnessing?
As we could see, no dramatic change happened during these meetings in China. But this such consolidation of those trends which we has allowed before, and its continuation and development of such trends. Also, both countries, China and Russia, want to insist that they pay the biggest tribute to the victory of in the World War II against aggressive countries such as Germany and Europe, united by Germany with Adolf Hitler and by Japan. So China paid tribute of 35 millions and Russia paid 27 millions of people for such victory. And by this parade, they want to show that they play the biggest role in the World War II, and they are going to play altogether as allies as a big role in the formation of the new international order.
And you mentioned there they will all be together and tied, but there is this talk from the SCO of trilateral military exercises between Russia, China and potentially North Korea. How likely do you think that is? But also, what is that going to send as a message to the West?
I think message to the West is very clear. If you will have to recognize a new reality, and this reality means that you are the West, not dictator of the world anymore. Your attempt to have neo-colony regimes, as you made in Ukraine, already will be not accepted for us. And you, the West, we invite you to be a part of the normal cooperation with respect of all national interests and all political systems. So it's a message to the West. But if the West will continue your attempt to make own domination, hegemony over us, you will meet increasing resistance of us, and we're ready to cooperate with such resistance to your attempts. It's a message to the West, but even talking about military cooperation, I don't think that it's a military cooperation too big. It exists. For example, North Korea sent some of their troops to Russia, but it was not so much interest of Russia. It didn't change the situation dramatically. But North Korea army was very interesting to get experience in the ultra new war, which is with domination of drones, which we can see in Russian and Ukrainian territory, in the Russian territory, because we believe that Donbass is Russian territory, partly occupied by Ukraine. And China, it's not only help Russia to develop own economy, but also China getting great experience from Russian army in this new modern war. You know, very good example that in the past, just 2 years ago, drones was on the battlefield, something about 1 drone to 10 soldiers. Now, normally, it's 5 drones per 1 soldier on the battlefield. It's dramatic change. And we can see that drones play more and more roles in this world. And of course, China wants to be experiencing this new kind of war.
Sergei, let me just pick up on something you said. Russia, we've heard, are reportedly preparing for this new offensive in Donbass, which, as you said, is part of Russia, or is seen as part of Russia. This chat with China currently, how does it support the war strategy from Russia, from Moscow?
China support not war strategy. Russian militaries and political leaders doing all this strategy themselves. But China understand that this war in Ukraine, not aggression of Russia, it's aggression of Western countries against Russia. And this is a attempt of Western country to recover, to repeat their domination. And if Western country will be successful in aggression against Russia, next main target of Western aggression will be China. So that means that China help Russia to resist the aggression of Western countries, and by doing this, China help itself.
Sergei, there we must leave it. Sergei Markov, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to continue this conversation now. And we'll speak to Derek Grossman, Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern California. Derek, thanks for joining us. You're watching this summit unfold just as we are. Do you see this as China positioning itself as the clear alternative to the US global leadership that we've seen up until now?
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I do think it is part and parcel of that approach, but let's also be clear that China has been doing this now for the better part of 2 decades to try to compete against the United States diplomatically, economically, militarily, and I guess more recently, technologically. And so this is, I mean, what we've seen, in the past couple of days with China hosting the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, and then what we're about to see with the World War II Victory Day parade. You have North Korean leader Kim Jong-un there. Of course, Russian President Vladimir Putin is still there, and many other leaders are going to be attending. This is China trying to show the world that it is now not only a great power, but also an ascendant, potentially superpower that could surpass the United States in the global order. And the United States, I must say, is not doing itself any favors. In fact, I'm on the record as saying recently that we are self-destructing under the Trump administration because we are implementing things like reciprocal tariffs across the board. We are no longer the center of globalization and free trade. We also are undermining our own alliances and partnerships. I mean, look at what we've done in the last few months with India. And so that's, where we are. And I think China is benefiting quite significantly from it.
Let me just dig into that for 1 second. Trump has claimed that he's offered to cut the tariffs to nothing for India, but they've yet to respond to this as well. How likely do you think it is that we'll see this big turnaround, an almost 180 from the Trump administration?
Well, I do think that the Trump administration has bitten off more than it can chew with India. First, it started with 25% reciprocal tariffs, and then reportedly, because of the Trump administration's displeasure with India's relationship with India and importing discounted barrels of Russian oil, they slapped another 25% on. So now we're at 50%. But I mean, to your point, could there be a quick turnaround? Could there be a quick deal, right? I think Trump certainly thinks so because he has a very good relationship with Modi, or at least did up until recently. But that remains to be seen. And I think, if you talk to Indian interlocutors, which I do all the time, or, senior Indian government officials, they will tell you that a lot of damage has been done in terms of their trust of the United States. Now that trust is turned into distrust. And that is going to take a long time to repair. I don't think it's like a light switch that could be turned on and off. We're hearing reports that Trump has tried to call Modi on 4 separate occasions, and Modi has declined. And now Trump is not going to attend the Quad Summit to be held in New Delhi later this month, right? So things are really unraveling quickly. That's not to say that India is going to have a better relationship with China than it does with the United States simply because of the last few days. I don't think that's the case either. But I do think that the United States under the Trump administration isn't doing itself any favors in terms of keeping India closer in order to implement its Indo-Pacific strategy of countering China.
Derek, I want to, because Russia, China, North Korea, big players on the stage here at the SCO. What is the wider signal that's here, not just for the US, but also their allies in Europe and in Asia?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the signal is that we don't necessarily need the United States. And in fact, if the United States is not going to have, is not going to have a seat at the table, at the dinner table, that is, then the United States is on the menu. Right. So if the United States is not going to play ball with the rest of the world, then China will have kind of an alternate global order. Right now, also, we need to put this into context. As an analyst, I'm always trying to put stuff into context. Right. The SCO has been ongoing now for decades. Right. And it just so happens, coincidentally, that the SCO was hosted by China this year. Could have been hosted by India or Pakistan or Russia or another member of the SCO this year. But it just so happened that it was China, right? And I think that was very much to China's strategic benefit because the timing is such that the United States continues to self-destruct with these reciprocal tariffs and with trying to withdraw itself from the international system and no longer upholding international law and norms of behavior, that now China can come in and say, well, if the U.S. doesn't want this position of power anymore, right, this not just symbolic position, but also this substantive, influential position, then we are willing and able to take it on. I saw that the Chinese spokesperson just yesterday issued a new graphic on the membership of the SCO. And they are now rightly saying that the SCO is the largest regional organization in the Indo-Pacific. It has surpassed ASEAN, the ASEAN Summit, and the ASEAN Regional Forum and the East Asia Summit, right? So China is at the center of this group, not as a partner or a member state that's sort of secondary to the core, right? But they are now at the core of this regional architecture. And let's not forget, it's not just SCO, right? But it's also the BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, that makes up a very large percentage of the global economy based on GDP. China's also at the center of that. So if the U.S. is not going to play by, its own rules, right, and uphold its own rules that were established after the end of World War II, well, new rules will be written that the U.S. will later have to deal with.
Derek Grossman in LA, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, Belgium is set to recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations later this month, stepping up international pressure on Israel amid the devastation continuing in Gaza. Foreign Minister Maxime Prévost called the move a response to what he described as Israel's violations of international law and the humanitarian tragedy that's unfolding. The decision comes as Israel faces growing isolation over accusations of war crimes, while the Palestinian Authority signals openness to international involvement in Gaza's governance. To discuss this more, we're joined by Dr. Sheni Moore, former Director of Foreign Policy for Israel's National Security Council and also lecturer at the Reichman University, who is joining us from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much for having a chat with us. Belgium is now set to recognise a Palestinian state. How significant do you think this is, diplomatically speaking, for Israel?
It's a diplomatic setback for Israel, to be sure. I think that's the entire intention of it. It certainly doesn't conjure up a Palestinian state. There isn't one now, and there won't be as a result of the recognition. Weirdly, the Belgian statement also says that the formalization of the recognition will only happen after the last of the Israeli hostages, which Hamas abducted on October 7th, is returned. So I don't know what kind of timescale that puts on any practical import for it.
Talk to us about other countries. We've got Australia, we've got Britain, Ireland, Canada, France, all making similar moves. Is Israel not beginning to feel somewhat alone on at least a global stage from some people who previously would have been partners?
Well, we have more than 100 countries that have already recognized the Palestinian state since 1988, led by the Soviet Union and its allies. That, too, did not conjure up a Palestinian state. It was a purely declaratory endeavor that didn't change anything. The process of statehood and the process of recognizing statehood has clear precedence in international law. It usually requires four elements: a permanent territory, a permanent population, a government that can govern internally, and one that is able to conduct foreign policy. The putative Palestinian state has none of these things. It exists in two different territories, one of which is governed by an internationally prescribed terrorist organization that has already lost about 75% of the territory it once controlled in a war that it launched almost 2 years ago, and the other by the Palestinian Authority, which directly controls only about 18% of the land and lives in a kind of cautious condominium with the Israelis, who are not going anywhere from the West Bank either.
Look, Belgium is saying the recognition really depends on Hamas and them releasing the hostages, and also Hamas being removed from governance. Is that realistic from where we are currently?
Well, they say that they want Hamas to be removed from governance, but they oppose the only active force that is working to do that. I think essentially, despite the pronouncement, what the Belgians and the French and the British and arguably many other parties involved in this, I would even speculate perhaps the Israeli government itself, are doing is conceding that the future of Gaza as they see it after this war will still involve Hamas.
There's lots of sanctions that are being placed currently on Israel. There's bans on settlement products. There's declaring Israeli ministers persona non grata. We're hearing this from Brussels saying this as well. Many other countries have followed suit. How much pressure is this going to put on Netanyahu's government, if any?
I don't think this will have any effect on his decision-making, and I'm not sure that this will affect the outcome of the war. The war was launched by Hamas, not by Israel, on October 7th, launched with an infamous massacre, and it's Hamas that refuses to end this war by releasing the hostages and surrendering the October 7th perpetrators and decommissioning itself as an armed militia in Gaza. If you, as an international actor, think that intervening to end the war involves sanctions against the side that was attacked, and that has the capability to continue fighting, I don't think that you understand very much how international diplomacy and war work. It shouldn't surprise us that these measures will not end the war. The way to end the war is to bring about the end of Hamas's military rule in Gaza. If Belgium and some of these other countries were serious about that, they would apply real pressure on two of the countries that they're aligned with who harbor leading Hamas figures, Turkey and Qatar. I know of no such measures that have been taken.
If we are talking about the release of the hostages, if an on-ground offensive actually takes place, we've heard it from the families of the hostages who have said that without a shadow of a doubt, their lives will be sacrificed if an on-ground offensive takes place in Gaza City. Is that a sacrifice that Israel is willing to have in order to eradicate Hamas?
If that's a sacrifice that this government believes it's willing to have, it's not a position that it has shared with the public, nor could it dare to share that position with the public. As far as a great deal of the Israeli public is concerned, this government is responsible for the failures that led to the attack on October 7th, and in particular to these hostages being taken from their homes on a Saturday morning in front of family members that many of them watched get murdered. As far as the public here is concerned, the government lacks the moral authority to sacrifice the hostages for the other goals of the war. If that's the government's genuine position, they certainly have not shared that with the public, nor have they made the case for that.
Let's talk about genocide scholars, because they've said Israel's actions in Gaza meet the UN definition of genocide. What is your response to that? Because it is a very strongly worded statement, but also widely backed accusation.
I think it's an entirely nonsense accusation. The entire field of genocide studies is something that exists for about 20 to 25 years. It's basic ethos, the ontology of this field, if it has one thing, it's minimization and relativization of the Holocaust. That's what the field exists to do. The desire to blame Israel for genocide, the desire to blame Israel, by the way, for the crimes that were committed against the Jewish people in the 1940s, has bubbled but barely beneath the surface in this community of scholars and intellectuals and activists for decades. Nothing like this war, nothing in this war resembles what anybody would conventionally think of as a genocide.
Not to interrupt you, Dr. Shenny, but we don't know that because we don't have journalists on the ground, because Israel will not leave Western journalists into Gaza to see what is taking place. Maybe then we can eliminate these accusations of genocide.
There are no journalists in Gaza. I'm constantly being told that every single Hamas militant who's been killed was a journalist. I mean, this is a war that has more phone cameras and ongoing videos of it than any war that I've ever seen. We have relatively good data about the fatalities that are there. They're overwhelmingly male and overwhelmingly of fighting age. What we don't have is anything that looks, by the way, like what October 7th looked like, which is people going into villages and towns and just murdering everyone they see who belongs to a national group.
We have civilian casualties that are taking place.
On the 7th.
Civilian casualties are taking place. You have to keep in mind that we cannot gloss over the civilian casualties.
Nobody should gloss them over at all. Civilian casualties are taking place because the governing authority of Gaza, which is Hamas, has launched a disastrous war and embeds itself entirely in civilian infrastructure, fights from inside hospitals, stores weapons in schools, has opening to its vast network of tunnels from often children's bedrooms and other public buildings. This isn't actually all that different. It's a bit more extreme, but it's not actually all that different from combat that took place against ISIS in Raqqa and Mosul. It's certainly not different from urban warfare that's taken place, sadly, throughout many places in the Middle East in the last couple of decades, without this accusation being thrown around.
Dr. Shanimore, there we must leave it. Joining us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Now let's take a look at some of the other stories that are making the headlines today. A UN official has said that at least 370 people have been killed in a landslide in Sudan's remote Mara Mountains. The disaster has wiped out much of the village of Tarsin after days of heavy rainfall. Local groups fear the death toll could be closer to 1,000. At least 12 people have been killed and several others have been injured when a bus collided with an oil tanker in northeastern Syria. The official news agency Sana says the crash happened in an area controlled by Kurdish-led forces. Nestlé has fired CEO Laurent Frixet after an internal investigation found that he had broke the company rules over a romantic relationship with an employee. Philippe Navi-Ratelier is a longtime executive and former head of Nespresso and is going to take over Nestlé's shares, dipped more than 2.5% after the company announced the dismissal. The UK is seeing borrowing costs hit a 27-year high. That's piling pressure on the Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, ahead of the autumn budget. Higher interest on government bonds and the falling pound as well are raising worries that taxes could go up, with households and banks likely to feel the impact most. The Taliban have appealed for international help after eastern Afghanistan was shaken again by a fresh 5.2 magnitude earthquake, adding to the devastation from the powerful 6.0 magnitude quake over the weekend that killed at least 1,400 people. The new tremor struck near the epicenter of Sunday's quake, hitting remote mountainous provinces which are close to the Pakistan border. It also further complicated the rescue efforts in a region that's already struggling with landslides and heavy rainfall. The global aid agencies have said that they've slashed their aid to the region since 2021, and the country faces an uphill battle in responding to yet another natural disaster. For more on this story, we're joined by Ambassador Nasir Andisha, who's the permanent representative of Afghanistan to the United Nations in Geneva. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. First of all, give us the latest of what you know and paint the picture of the scale of the destruction and loss of life as well, following not just the initial quake, but also the subsequent 5.2 quake from today.
Well, thank you very much. We are closely in touch with the UN offices here, particularly OCHA, which is monitoring the situation and have established a base in the Jalalabad airport, and the sort of to do the rescue operations and to coordinate humanitarian activities. I think the picture is now access has been established in most of the remote areas, as you also mentioned. This is one of the mountainous areas in Afghanistan, and Afghanistan in generally is a mountainous country. But this particular corner of eastern Afghanistan bordering with Pakistan, Kunar, and Nangarhar, Nuristan, Laghman provinces, the villages are very scattered and remote in the mountains, and the situation was further exacerbated, the problem by a flood which was there a few days back, and also the access to these roads, which are mostly untarmac roads, ordinary roads, had difficulty of reaching, and Taliban has very few, if any, helicopters which could reach there. But now contact has been established, access has been established. Initially, some medical aids has reached the places. I think the injuries have been now transferred to Jalalabad Hospital, which is, the far away, with roads. It will take hours and hours, probably, more than 6-7 hours for people to reach. But I think that's the situation right now. And what is needed right now mostly is medical assistance, but also rescue teams, which is not in the capacity of the Taliban. There is no professional rescue officials or, corps, neither within the Taliban ranks, and the Ministry of State for Emergency and Afghanistan Red Cross and society, or the capacity is very low. So far, there have been lots of pledges of assistance, but we all know that access to that area and technical difficulties will prevent it from being swift and effective enough.
Let's talk about those difficulties for just 1 second, Ambassador. Obviously, relations have been strained since 2021. Do you think the world is willing to step up and help now that the Taliban have asked for this international assistance?
I think there have been rhetoric. Of course, there have been lots of words of solidarity from leaders, from the region, but also internationally as far away as Canada. Canadians Prime Minister has also, had a statement about it. I think that words of solidarity, translating it into action, I think it will be very late, too little, too late for people who have been affected in those areas. And as the reports are coming that access to those health facilities, which was there during the Republic, because in each districts, in each provinces, there have been health facilities which was assisted by the international organizations and international aid agencies. Those were all already, since 4 years, there have been drastic cuts, and some of them had to stop their activities. I think that itself has an impact. On the other hand, I think except the UN assistance, which OCHA told us that there have been $5 million worth of assistance from the emergency fund of United Nations, which I think that will be effective because UN has capacity and offices around Afghanistan and in Afghanistan. But the rest of these pledges, I think, will hit technical assistance, even including how to get those assistance to Afghanistan. The financial system is under, lots of strains and limitations. I think all of those will make these pledges to be only words rather than action.
We've seen a massive drop in aid to Afghanistan in recent years as well. Have the Taliban at any point rejected the aid from the West? Because now evidently that is hurting the rescue effort. Has that been the case, or has there just been a real dip?
I think, the kind of conditions that Taliban impose on those aid, which makes it almost impossible for those even agencies which had a long established relationship with Afghanistan. The agencies like the Swedish Committee for Afghanistan or Norwegian Committee and for Refugees and things, ICRC, for example, Médecins Sans Frontières, which established themselves even during the jihad, 40 years back in Pakistan. Taliban made it so difficult for them who worked with the Mujahideen in the past that they have to close their offices and leave Afghanistan. I think those conditions, for example, women access. Right now, most of the injuries, most of the fatalities are women, girls, and children. And remember that, in Jalalabad hospital, probably we have 4 or 5 medical doctors because there is no more universities or education system which could produce women doctors, so let alone women being in those 4 remote provinces. I think the situation that the Taliban themselves has created somehow inhibits, somehow made it very difficult for the aid agencies to help. And that's also plus or in addition to, of course, the reluctance, in addition to the difficulties, in addition to the sort of aid fatigue, but also in addition to the aid and the foreign assistance being diverted now into security, into something else in Europe or elsewhere. I think there is, in one hand, there is less attention and appetite in the aid in the donor organization, donor countries, but on the other hand, Taliban are also giving a very good excuse for the aid not to come to Afghanistan, and that is lack of access and lack of opportunities for women to work as part of the aid agencies.
Ambassador, let's talk about, because aside from the earthquake, take that out of the equation, there's also drought, there's food shortages, there's refugees returning back to Afghanistan as well. How can the United Nations and also the wider world who are watching saying we would like to help, how can they help in something that effectively is overlapping crises taking place?
I think that's the most difficult question right now, and the only major organization on the ground right now is the United Nations. And we all know that, the limitation of United Nations. We know that United Nations itself is going through such a difficult, time that they are slushing different offices, and there is, whole austerity measures are going on. So I think, without a sort of, change in the Taliban's attitude toward their foreign relations, towards sort of, UN and the international organizations and states' obligation toward its, international treaties, I think the Afghan people, our people who are coming from Pakistan and Iran or who have lost their jobs, they are now, between what we say the devil and the deep blue sea. In one hand, there is a lack of funding, lack of international attention. On the other hand, there is lots of edicts and Taliban's rules, which makes it so very difficult to put Afghanistan on the priority of international aid system. So why not aid could go somewhere where the state is more receptive and more supportive, and they're welcoming. So I think that's a very tough situation, and I don't know whether the regional countries will step in. We understand that there was a huge Shanghai cooperation meeting going on in our neighborhood, and most of the leaders of the region were there during this meeting. But even what those leaders, including Russia, which is now recognized Taliban officially, put forward in a statement was not a support to the Taliban, but as a request for them to have an inclusive state where the rights of all communities and ethnicities and women are respected. I think it's a situation where the people of Afghanistan are caught, and unfortunately it's very bleak. And besides this man-made issue that we have in Afghanistan, now we have a series of natural disasters.
Ambassador Nasser Andisha, thank you so much for joining us. Vietnam has celebrated 80 years of independence with its largest military parade in decades. In a speech to mark the occasion, General Secretary of the Communist Party of Vietnam, Tu Lam, paid tribute to those who died fighting for independence. He also called for the protection of Vietnam's sovereignty. Patrick Falk has this report.
Marking 80 years since its declaration of independence from colonial rule was a spectacular display of Vietnam's military might and national pride. Tens of thousands of people crowded the streets of the capital, Hanoi, many of them dressed in red and waving Vietnamese flags.
I feel honored and happy to be here. I love peace, I love my country, and I truly understand that having freedom and independence is a wonderful thing.
Nearly 16,000 soldiers joined the military parade, which also included honor guards from Russia, China, Laos and Cambodia. The main celebrations were held in Ba Dinh Square. It's where revolutionary leader Ho Chi Minh made a speech marking the foundation of an independent Vietnam. Colonial rulers of France did not recognize the new country then and fought a war that lasted nearly a decade before their defeat. On display, the country's most advanced military equipment, including Russian-made helicopters and fighter jets.
Peace is very beautiful. If there's no peace, we cannot achieve anything. Peace did not come to us out of nowhere. We had to pay for it with our blood, flesh, skills, and the sweat of many generations of our people.
As part of the celebrations, Vietnam gave cash handouts to each of its more than 100 million citizens. It also released nearly 14,000 prisoners as part of an amnesty. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now let's take a quick look at the top business news for today. Jobs at the Swiss-based Starbucks supplier are at risk after US President Donald Trump imposed 39% tariffs on Switzerland. Coffee machine maker Thermoplan, which employs more than 500 people, says the tariffs on industrial metals are costing the company around $250,000 a week. Tesla has just received over 600 orders for its Model Y in India since launching sales in mid-July. Deliveries are set to roll out soon, but the company is entering a market where EVs are still just a tiny slice, about 4% of sales. And with slowing demand worldwide, Tesla is betting on India, even if it means paying some steep import duties. And a final reminder of our top stories. Putin, Xi and Kim take centre stage in China as world leaders meet for high-level talks. Meanwhile, Belgium will recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations, ramping up global pressure on Israel amid the Gaza crisis. And the Taliban appeal for international aid after a deadly earthquake devastates eastern Afghanistan. And that's all from us on W News for now. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on X, The Real Deal with Tom Burges Watson is on the way next, and we'll be back in just a couple of hours with W News Extra. But for now, goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English studios. Today we're turning our full attention to Vision 2030. That is a subject we talk about a lot on this programme. Well, launched in 2016 by Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, Vision 2030 is an ambitious strategic framework which seeks to reduce Saudi Arabia's dependence on oil and diversify the kingdom's economy. Well, as well as focusing on non-oil industries, the vision seeks to foster innovation and develop public service sectors such as health, education, infrastructure and tourism. Well, with clock ticking and the year 2030 approaching, what's been achieved so far? What challenges lie ahead? And how is Vision 2030 reshaping the identity of Saudi Arabia? Well, those are some of the questions I'm going to be putting to my guest today, who is Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashian, who is a senior non-resident fellow at the Gulf International Forum and a specialist on Saudi Arabia's foreign policy. Dr. Al-Ghashian, thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. Let me start by asking you, what was the original thinking behind Vision 2030? How was the vision born and what was its original goal?
Well, thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure to join you. I think I appreciate very much the opportunity to really rehash why 2030 vision has been kind of pushed and declared and conceived, because I think no matter how many times we talk about it, I think it's worth going back to the origins. So thank you very much for this opportunity. And I would say I think it's to be very direct. It's clear that it's about restructuring not only the Saudi economy, but really restructuring the Saudi state. I think for the past decades, there's been a lot of discussions regarding the sustainability of how the Saudi economy will continue in its form that was very oil-centric or natural resource based, and it was clear that I think it was very unsustainable. And I think with the change of leadership and the change of kind of the dynamics, both and the international dynamics and inside Saudi Arabia politically, there was then a real push and an institutionalization of this kind of change. And I think this is what really conceived, I think 2030. 2030 really is about reconstructing not only the state, not only the economy, but reconstructing the Saudi state. Because I think, without reconstructing or addressing core issues of society, addressing a lot of the tapped sources that have been unused, the tapped manpower and women power that have been unused, restructuring the economy in itself is just a very difficult task. So I think that's really about, in other words, to catapult Saudi Arabia into the 21st century and beyond.
I want to read an excerpt, really for the benefit of our audience, from Vision 2030. It goes as follows. This ambitious roadmap leverages the kingdom's unique strengths, its pivotal role in the Arab and Islamic worlds, its strong investment capabilities and its strategic geographical position. Vision 2030 is a blueprint that is diversifying the economy, empowering citizens, creating a vibrant environment for both local and international investors, and establishing Saudi Arabia as a global leader. Vision 2030 is transforming the socio-economic landscape of the country. It is improving the quality of life for our citizens and residents. Saudi Arabia is forging a future where tradition, innovation and sustainability go hand in hand, providing endless opportunities for citizens to realize their potential and ushering in a new era of development and prosperity for the kingdom. You know very well the vision has three key pillars. One of them is entitled A Vibrant Society. I'd like to ask you, how does Vision 2030 balance these various goals? You know, it's got Saudi heritage and values on the one hand, traditional, quite conservative, and a push for modernization on the other side. How do you reconcile the two?
It's a fantastic question, and it's an important question, and that's a process that's actually continuous. It's still till now. For me, what I would say is that I think striking this balance, and I think the negotiation between managing the traditions and I think the aspect of modernity or the social reform is not something that just started within 2030. I think this was a discussion that was really taking place even before. You know, it's very fascinating how, you know, young the Saudi state is and how big the gaps are between the generations. You know, it really leapfrogged a lot of these things. So, I mean, you know, in my parents' generation, there were probably barely cars around. And then all of a sudden, here I am in our generation, you know, being a kid in the 90s and 2000s, there were worlds apart. They were literally worlds apart. And then you have this generation, Generation Z. So I think this intergeneration discussion has always been there. And I have to say, it's at times it generates tension. This is no doubt. But also it generates a lot of originality, in my opinion. And I think you start to see this. And I think it really is, you know, it really goes down to, I think, also the aim and the bearings of where the trajectory of where the country is going. I think if there is a new, a clear direction of what are I would say, what are the opportunities, but also what are the limitations and what is the goals, there will be a great deal of originality of trying to balance between what are the, or leverage, I would say, leverage the history and the heritage that we have and generate it into something of, fantastic initiatives. And also, I think, opportunities to create more space for not only articulation, not only space to find new space for people within society, but also can this be leveraged into investment? We see, for example, the aspect of camel milk and the products that emanate from that. And this is, I think, for example, a prime example of how leveraging our heritage, leveraging our history, our norms. Of course, our norms are not just camels and stuff from the desert, but leveraging our things that make us into something that is becoming very business focused, creating opportunities. So it's a negotiation that is taking place. Sometimes it creates tension, it creates originality, and it creates opportunities. But I think one of the main benefits of 2030 is that it creates that debate. And that debate in itself is worth having. And since there is this discussion, I think this is really where the moving forward, the momentum forward is seen. I think that's one of the hallmarks of it. It's the creating these discussions.
Yeah, and actually nowhere sort of seems to exemplify this marriage of history and heritage and modernity better, in my mind, than somewhere like Alula, where you've got, all of that archaeological richness and heritage richness alongside the Maraya Concert Hall, the largest mirrored building, outdoor building in the whole world. I mean, an amazing juxtaposition there. Under that same heading of a vibrant society, there is the goal to bring about improvements in the quality of life, housing, healthcare, social care, right across the country. And I want to ask you, as a Saudi national, are you seeing these changes happening under your nose? I mean, does this change manifest itself in every aspect of daily life in Saudi Arabia?
Well, where I am, from my vantage point in Riyadh, I think there is clear change. And I think, it's very difficult to go anywhere without seeing, I think, a lot of these initiatives and promises materialize. This is, in our everyday life. I think, recently I had to change my passport, and then rather than go to the department that we all used to go in, now I just go in online and get it from Ibshir, and it's delivered to me within days. I think you could, going to the airport, you could see all these very mammoth mega projects in place. So I think you could see this change. At the same time, I think once they start going outside of Riyadh, outside of Saudi, or at the outskirts of Riyadh, then, you start to see that, listen, we still have some way to go. We still have some way to go. And I think this is, for me, I think that the main benefit of Vision 2030 is that it's not necessarily about achieving goals immediately on 2030, either before 2030 or after 2030. There have been some goals that kind of the vision strived to achieve, and they reached it before 2030. And there are some that will take a bit more time. The crux of 2030, in my opinion, was to really start a fundamental process moving forward. I think a lot of the times, historically, in Saudi Arabia, there were always these efforts to diversify economy, to move away from oil, to build kind of the private sector. But it never got past stage 1 or stage 2 even. I think now there is no way back. And I think that in itself, people could see this. And so I think, definitely the changes is there to remind us, but also the ways to go is there to remind us as well, which is good because it keeps us going.
The next pillar of the Vision 2030 is a thriving economy. And, the first thing I thought of when I look at that heading is I look at a map of the world, and I see Saudi Arabia and where it sits in the world. I mean, it's a really strategic location, and you think to yourself, what a perfect location to be a global trade hub. Do you think using Saudi Arabia's geography to its advantage is really perhaps at the core of a lot of Vision 2030?
No, of course. I think that's where the untapped potential is. I think there were times where Saudi was not open enough, and that's what did not allow it to leverage this this geographic position. And now it is. And I think, this has also a lot to do with probably, the people that were, making the decisions and maybe what was appropriate and what was not appropriate. But I think now, becoming more open, becoming more a hub, of a tourist hub, of a logistics hub. This is indeed a pillar of Saudi because it's leveraging its natural position. And I think also, 2030 it's a mammoth task. So leveraging any points that come to us naturally has to be invested in greatly.
Obviously, the next pillar out of the three pillars is an ambitious nation. That's the heading for it. And we've talked a little bit about government and governance already, and your example of going to the, not going to the passport office and renewing your passport online is an interesting example, because it raises the question that I wanted to ask you, whether you think perhaps an element of Vision 2030 is about big business, small government. Do you think that's part of it?
No, absolutely. Again, it goes back to something that we alluded to earlier, which is the private sector. And the private sector basically doing the heavy lifting forward. I think it's very fascinating to see this. I remember vividly, not too long ago, that many people would want to have jobs in the government because I think of prestigious reasons, and also the government in itself was the biggest employer. And this was just not sustainable. I think now, the private sector is really the machine to help catapult Saudi Arabia forward. And I think trying to unleash this force is in itself, a very. It does not. It's a focal point now of the Saudi economy, I would say. And moreover, I think what we are seeing here is not only how I think the private sector works with, I think, the government sector and works with the nation, but you could even see this, for example, in Syria right now, where the private sector in Saudi Arabia is being used to help build Syria, reconstruct Syria. Moreover, you could see it in, for example, trying to help build or work more with Egypt because of their situation. And so the private sector now is not only a machine moving forward, but it has geopolitical resonance. And this is really due to the size of Saudi. I think the role that Saudi plays geopolitically and internationally. So I think the private sector is becoming far more strategic than ever in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, I mean, you've mentioned Syria, you mentioned Egypt there, and all of this under the heading of an ambitious nation. So I sort of feel like we're sort of gravitating towards foreign policy. And I'm just wondering to what extent we can see Vision 2030 at work in Saudi foreign policy. I mean, you've given a couple of examples already, but where else might we see it?
No, I think, firstly, also whoever I think reads 2030 Vision, while it's a nation first initiative, it's about developing Saudi Arabia, but it's not nation only. It speaks to the region, it speaks to the international dimensions as well, and basically it's opening up its economy. And it's seeking it needs a better relationship with the region, and it needs a better region, a more stable region. So I think that's very clear. That's also what you hear a lot from kind of the foreign policy officials, is that, listen, a lot of these ambitious, very lofty projects that we have, is very difficult to obtain in a regionally turbulent or in a turbulent region. So I think. This is where now it becomes a very powerful incentive to try to begin to develop and to not only leverage 2030, but to try to protect 2030. That it is 2030 is, or reconstructing the Saudi economy, it is an existential question for Saudi Arabia, and therefore I think it needs. It needs a far more stable region, and it needs partners to this. What's very interesting here, if I could say something more, kind of more historically, we are now seeing a very economic-driven foreign policy, and I think that's very clear. I argue this is actually the traditional foreign policy of Saudi Arabia. When Saudi, was first, before even Saudi was declared as a kingdom, its foreign ministry was in Jeddah alongside the Minister of Finance. And it was about trying to find, I think, companies to look for oil inside Saudi Arabia and to bring much needed funds and money for Saudi. So in many ways, I think the business first, the economy driven foreign policy for Saudi is actually a traditional one. But the way, but the landscape is just completely different. So I think it's very difficult to try to separate geopolitics from economy, geopolitics from society. And 2030 now is not only something that we could see that could be leveraged, but something that requires protection from the volatility of the region. And another thing as well, I wanted to say this. The region in itself, especially in the GCC, is also going through it has its own fair share of visions as well. I mean, Qatar has a 2030 vision. Oman has a 2040 vision. Abu Dhabi has a 2030 vision. So we are actually entering into an era in the region of visions. We're a kind of a vision heavy place, especially in the GCC. And I think in my discussions with colleagues around Israel and Palestine and around Syria, is that, to what extent can there be, visions that could speak to Saudi's vision also, and vice versa, and allow the heavy lifting, allow the economy to do some of the heavy lifting there. Because unfortunately, we're seeing, in Gaza, a humanitarian crisis that's just getting worse and worse. And every time we're trying to talk about reconstruction, it's difficult. Well, how are we going to reconstruct, all of this? How are we going to create a more sustainable region? And I think for me, it's worth discussing having a more interdependence amongst respective visions around the region. So, the notion of visions goes back to your first question, is something that I think could be regionalized. And if it does become more regionalized and institutionalized and strengthened, then I think we could probably head to a more stable region.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time. I would have loved to have talked to you for longer. It's been a real pleasure. And thank you very much indeed for helping us to better understand Vision 2030. Dr. Aziz Al-Ghashyan, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed for watching this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, only here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much again. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Montreal. The real story behind the city of Montreal. Its name originated from Mount Royal, the triple-peaked hill in the heart of the city. It was first called Ville Marie, or the City of Mary. Montreal is the most populous city in Quebec and second most populous city in Canada, with about 1.65 million residents. The city's official language is French, spoken by more than 60% of the population. Montreal is conveniently nestled between the shores of the St. Lawrence River. One of its great outdoor escapes is, of course, Mount Royal. Aside from hiking the mountain during the summer, try cross-country skiing in the winter, or you can also try biking or skating. Better yet, you can just hang around and enjoy the view. But what's notable about Mount Royal is a cross that rests at the peak of it. The city's laws forbid any building or skyscraper to be built higher than it to tower over the mountain and the famous cross. The laws are implemented to keep the natural ambience of the place and most especially obstruct the view of the wonderful city skyline. Meanwhile, its culinary delights are top-notch too. Food tours are quite usual in Montreal, with the various communities and cuisines populating the place. Walking around the city will allow you to discover and learn about its historic and cultural roots through food. Definitely a delicious way to get to know the city. For a dose of the real historic spots, visit Old Montreal, also known as the Old Quarter. The view is reminiscent of the feel and ambiance of Europe. It's got narrow cobblestone streets lined with galleries, restaurants, and boutiques. The city doesn't fall short of artistic inspiration. And then, of course, there's shopping. Here in Montreal, it's considered a sport. And one must shop with a passion. Score great bargains as the city offers some of the most creative designs from the best in Canada. In fact, the people of Montreal like to pride themselves for their impeccable taste and thriving fashion city. St. Catherine Street is where you'll find some of the best international brand names. All the major shopping centers can be found there. And last but not the least, the city is, oddly enough, also known for its best spa treatments. There's even one that floats on the St. Lawrence River. So good, you can in fact spend an entire day in it. It's a great way to cap off your trip. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World. Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. The Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is in China, where he's been attending a Shanghai Cooperation Organization summit being held in the city of Tianjin. Well, also in attendance, the Russian President Vladimir Putin and other world leaders. Well, Prime Minister Modi emphasized India's commitment to improving ties with China during talks with President Xi Jinping. That's a message delivered against the backdrop of shared tensions with the United States. Well, this visit marks Prime Minister Modi's first trip to the country since 2018, after years of strained relations following deadly clashes along their shared Himalayan border. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Rakesh Sood, who is the former Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of India in Washington, also India's former ambassador to France, Afghanistan and Nepal. And Ambassador, I gather you're currently a distinguished fellow at the Council for Strategic and Defence Research, a New Delhi-based think tank. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. I mean, when you look at the pictures coming out of China and you see Prime Minister Modi there at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, I mean, it's not new, India's membership. India joined that organization in 2017. But do you get the impression India has taken this relationship up a level?
Well, not really. I think that summits always have a lot of spectacle and photo ops among the leaders and things like that. So, you know, they always grab eyeballs. That's obviously the purpose of summits. And I think this particular summit taking place in China, which Modi is going to now, he's visiting after 7 years because his last visit to China was in 2018. And after 2020, though he has met Xi Jinping at other multilateral events, he has not had a visit to China. So in that sense, the significance is of a visit to China, while the boundary issue is still not fully settled, I would say.
Okay, so fences are being mended, is that fair to say, between New Delhi and Beijing?
Let me put it like this. I think the relationship went into a freeze in 2020. The relationship has begun to thaw, and that thaw began last year when Xi Jinping and Modi met in Kazan in Russia, because at that time the disengagement process of the troops on the line of actual control had been completed. So that's where the thaw began. And right now you are seeing that thaw in evidence. Now, whether this leads to a warming up of the relationship or not, I think we'll have to wait and see.
But when you listen to some of the rhetoric coming out of that summit in China, you've got the Indian Prime Minister there, Narendra Modi, hearing from his hosts that the global international situation is ever more chaotic and intertwined, to quote the Chinese President Xi Jinping, who was also talking about bullying behavior from certain countries. How much of a chord do you think all of that is striking with your Prime Minister?
Well, once again, I think Prime Minister Modi has, currently he's going through a bit of a difficult time in the relationship with the United States because of all the tariffs and things like that. But at the same time, I do not think that there is any great desire to get drawn into what is called the axis of resistance, which is basically China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. Even though we have good relations with Russia, we have good relations with Iran, and we also have a resident embassy in Pyongyang.
Okay, so clearly India wants to have it in every way, wants to maintain ties with every country.
Well, this is what we have always maintained is as a sovereign decision. And earlier it used to be, in a bipolar world, it used to go under the name of non-alignment. And then today it goes under the name of strategic autonomy.
I want to pick up on something you wrote in the Hindustan Times last month. And you sort of cast your mind back to 6 months ago when President Trump and Prime Minister Modi were calling each other great friends. I just want to ask you how much you think things have changed during these last 6 months.
Well, one thing is that President Trump is nothing if not unpredictable. And I think various leaders have seen that. Now, Prime Minister Modi fancies himself as a strong leader, and cut in the same mold as, let's say, Xi Jinping or, say, Putin or Erdogan or, people like that. So I guess where President Trump is coming from is two things. Frankly, I don't think the tariffs are about trade imbalance or about India's purchase of oil from Russia. The tariffs are to do because President Trump feels let down, that India has not supported his claim to the Nobel Peace Prize when he has said more than 30 times that the US played a role and he played a role in bringing about cessation of hostilities between India and Pakistan and thereby preventing a nuclear war. So, and that is a claim that has been strongly denied by India. And that's where the tariff and the Russia thing comes in.
Okay, so there are a couple of factors at work. Is that what you're saying? The tariffs are one of them, but one of the other factors has been a perception that perhaps President Trump isn't portraying that India-Pakistan crisis in an honest light. And President Trump is upset that Prime Minister Modi isn't championing him for a Nobel Peace Prize. Does that roughly sum up where we are?
Well, yes. I think also there is a bit of a rude shock in Delhi in the sense that the India-US relationship has been shifting gradually. I mean, the basic opening began with the end of the Cold War in 1990s. But the shift in India-US relationship post-Cold War has always had geopolitical drivers. And because the geopolitical drivers were well placed, they were well supported by the diplomats and so on, it required a fair bit of heavy lifting by the leaders. And there has been a consistent improvement in that. Now, that led to a growth in bilateral trade, that led to a growth in defense relationships, that led to a growth in terms of technology, that also helped when the Quad came into being in the Indo-Pacific, and so on. Now, the geopolitical driver seems to be missing, and therefore one issue has become a kind of a defining issue. And that is something which is leading to this unhappy realization about reliability. And that has become the kind of debating point in Delhi.
Yeah, in your article, you say that at the time of the start of President Trump's second term, so back in January of this year, the Indians were some of the most optimistic people in the world about that second term. Where do things stand now, do you think?
Oh, today, it is true. At that time, an opinion poll had been taken, I forget by which organization, and it was felt that the highest sort of level of support about that Trump would be good for India-US relationship. That kind of a thing was very high in India compared to anywhere else in Europe or anywhere else in Asia. Today, I think the mood is a little bit has changed. And as I said, a lot of people are questioning how reliable the United States is. But then I think this is what happens when you allow personalities to dominate diplomacy. I mean, diplomacy is driven by national interest, according to me. And pursuit of national interest is a continuous process. It requires a fair bit of negotiation, fair bit of diplomacy, fair bit of work behind the scenes. And, you know, moving with social media comments, Truth Social, Twitter, etc., is not the best way. But that has become a hallmark today of US diplomacy. And we've seen that not just with India, we've seen that with so many other countries.
Ambassador, you're speaking to me in very diplomatic terms, which shouldn't come as a surprise given your illustrious diplomatic career. But let's just go into the details of that change you've described between the perception in India of President Trump between January and the present day. You've said things have changed. Have they changed dramatically or only ever so slightly?
I would say there is a shift in perception. However, again, if I go back to drivers, fundamental structural drivers, I do maintain that there is going to be an India-US relationship after Trump and after Modi. So, and that relationship will come back to what the structural drivers of the India-US relationship are. And these are geopolitical drivers. If the US is, I do not think that the US is going to disengage from the Indo-Pacific.
Have we hit a low point?
At the same time, sorry?
Have we hit a low point, would you say, looking at the last 10 years? Would you say this is the lowest things have got to?
Yes, in a sense, because the trajectory since, let us say, the Kargil War, 1999, I would say the previous low point was when India and Pakistan tested in 1998. And the US imposed pretty severe sanctions on us. However, things started moving. And at that time, there was a dialogue that was carried out by Deputy Secretary Stroke Talbot, who was nominated by President Clinton, and on the Indian side by Jaswant Singh, who was the late Jaswant Singh, who was the foreign minister. Now, this, but the legacy of that was handed over to the next incoming Bush administration, which took it and carried it forward. And I know that Dr. Condoleezza Rice was personally very committed, both as NSA in the first term and then in the second term as Secretary of State. On the Indian side, it got handed over from Prime Minister Vajpayee to Dr. Manmohan Singh. It again got handed over from the Bush administration to the Obama administration, and then subsequently from in India from Dr. Manmohan Singh to Prime Minister Modi. And it has continued on a positive trajectory. Sometimes the trajectory has been moving up more sharply, and sometimes it has moved a little more slowly, but it has been a positive trajectory. And the optics have been positive right through. Now, this time around, the optics have turned. Now, I do not think personally that the optics will change the basic character of the relationship. At least I don't think so, having worked on India-US relationship for more than 15 years during my career.
Okay, I mean, we talk about the optics. I mean, one of the takeaways from the summit in China was a photograph of President Putin holding hands with your Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. I mean, what's the message they're sending to the rest of the world, do you think?
Well, President Putin is a past master at this kind of messaging. I mean, the fact that he waited for 10 minutes, this, I don't know if your audience knows this, but there was a bilateral meeting after the SEO meeting, and that was taking place at President Putin's hotel. And then he said that he would like Prime Minister Modi to travel with him in his limousine. And then, but Prime Minister Modi had a meeting. So there are these wonderful optics that he waited for 10 minutes while Prime Minister Modi finished his meeting so that he could travel, they could travel together and have a one-on-one conversation during the drive. And even after they reached the hotel, media reports that the conversation continued, and it's only after that that the car doors were opened and they came out. So I think all this is optics. Well, the fact is we have had a close relationship with Russia, and there is no reason that people would not want to see a reassertion of this proximity at this particular point in time.
I mean, there were people in Washington.
When you have Navarro describing the Ukraine war in a gross exaggeration, calling it Modi's war, or calling India, a laundromat for Putin's oil income and things like that.
Sure. And I mean, I was just, reading some comments made by veteran American diplomats who say that the tariffs that President Trump has imposed on India have had one very simple effect, which is to push India right into the arms, the open arms of China and arguably Russia as well. What would you say to that?
Well, I can tell you that, like me, the American diplomats who said this are people who have spent years doing hard work, negotiating patiently with their Indian counterparts in terms of building the structure of this relationship. And so obviously they feel somewhat disappointed that instead of that the geopolitical drivers of the relationship are being ignored and personalities are coming into play. And that's why they are saying this. And to an extent, I think there is an apprehension, but at the same time, I'm equally conscious that there are certain fundamental structural drivers of the India-China relationship. During our recent 4-day conflict with Pakistan, for the first time it became clear that the Chinese were providing them with real-time intelligence and imagery, satellite imagery. They were guiding them which was guiding them in terms of using their beyond visual range missiles and radars and things like that. So if we are looking at India-China relationship, first and foremost, as I mentioned at the outset, the boundary remains an outstanding issue. We have disengaged, but we have not de-escalated. We still have 50,000 soldiers on the line of actual control, as does China, looking at each other face to face.
Indeed, I mean,
we also have growing evidence of the China relationship with Pakistan. We have growing concerns about Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean. So it is not as if our relationship with China can be turned over and suddenly become a friendly, trusting relationship. The fact that Prime Minister Modi went to Japan before going to Tianjin has its own messaging, incidentally.
Sure. I mean, the fact that also participating at the SCO in China, you mentioned Pakistan, well, they had representation there as well. I mean, do you think we could describe all of this as Prime Minister Narendra Modi embracing what you might describe as pragmatic multilateralism? Is that how you'd describe this?
Well, certainly. I mean, there will have to be an element of pragmatic multilateralism. We have always maintained that we are moving towards a multipolar system. And now, the difficulty is that our own neighbor today has become a superpower, namely China. See, when we started on the road to improving relations with China way back in 1988, when then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi went and met to China and went and met Deng Xiaoping. And it was agreed that we should manage the boundary and put it on the back burner for the time being while developing trade, economy, people-to-people contacts, and other aspects of our relationship. At that time, the Indian GDP was about $298 billion, and the Chinese GDP was $310 billion, roughly equal. Our defense budget, both our countries had defense budgets which were about $10 to $11 billion annual. China's growth trajectory has been much faster than us. And gradually the gap has been growing, obviously, in China's favor. And today, if India says it's a $4 trillion economy, the Chinese are over 18 trillion. If India has a defense budget of $80 billion, China has a defense budget of $300 billion. So the parity that existed at the point when we went into this, putting the problem on the back burner, is that ground reality has shifted. And therefore, we have to find a new modus vivendi with China. And meanwhile, China, as I suppose befitting its position as the second largest economy and so on, and is wanting to expand its area of influence. And how does India deal with it, or how does that rub up against India, particularly when with India's adversary, Pakistan, China has the closest of ties. So there are some fundamental difficulties in terms of the long-term. It doesn't mean that we are going to go and have a fight with China. No, but there will be certain limitations as we manage our relationship with China in a stable fashion.
Okay, and just lastly, just to sort of wrap up this conversation and casting our eye back to Tianjin and that encounter today, I mean, does it look to you like we were looking there at the beginning of the end of what's been the US-dominated international order, which has really been in place since the end of the Second World War? I mean, is that how it looks to you? And some might point to divisions in the West, the Europeans on one side, the Americans sort of taking a different route. I mean, is that what we're looking at here, a path from perhaps which there's no return?
Well, I think that the US-led order has been in a process of decline roughly, I would say, since 2008-9. And I said there are a couple of reasons. I mean, you had Afghanistan, you had Iraq, you had these two misadventures, and then you also had the financial crisis of 2008, and that then that has expanded. And it coincided, if you think about it historically, it coincided with China beginning its period of assertiveness. The first sign of that was the 9-dash line in the South China Seas, which came about during Hu Jintao's time, and then we've seen a more assertive Xi Jinping take over in 2012. It is roughly around that time that our boundary on the line of actual control became more active, first in 2013, 14, 17 at Doklam, then 2020, and so on. We also saw the growing concerns in Moscow about the NATO expansion, and therefore in 2014, Russia taking over Crimea, and so on. So we have seen a gradual decline in the so-called US-led order. Mind you, during the Cold War, the US-led order was not global. It only existed insofar as the Western world was concerned. It didn't exist insofar as Soviet Union and East Europe and that bloc was concerned. So it is only in a short period that US-led order was attempting to become a global order, which began with the end of the Cold War and the breakup of the Soviet Union in 1991. So it had a relatively short shelf life, I would say.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us. Ambassador Rakesh Sood, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Oslo, one of the world's largest capital cities, Oslo. What's remarkable about the place is only 20% of the area has been developed, and the rest of it are parks, protected forests, hills, and lakes. Parks and open spaces are essential in Oslo's landscape, and they can easily be accessed from almost any point from the city. The center is very convenient, with trails and passages that connect to the public spaces and pedestrian-friendly areas. Just the same, amid its natural attractions, Oslo likewise boasts a rich cultural scene you should see. Among its famous landmarks are the sculptures of Gustav Vigeland. You can stroll through the town center to witness many of its historical structures. One of the popular attractions is the 1,000-year-old Viking ship. Get to know the Norwegian capital better by walking through the old neighborhoods in the Oslo fjord. The districts are near the famous landmarks, such as the National Opera and Ballet Building, a testament to their rich culture. Then, of course, there's the popular Akershus Fortress. It offers great views of the harbors. Nearby, there is the Museum of the Norwegian Resistance and a chapel which houses the remains of the original medieval castle. You'll also see the weapons of the armed forces and find out about their defense groups. There's the Center of Government and Administration, the City Hall and Parliament. The City Hall is one of Oslo's greatest landmarks. It is enormously huge, with an imposing square building that's built of concrete faced with brick. One of the towers has the 38 bells that you can hear all the way to the harbor area. The hall is filled with sculptures and relics, and the interiors are magnificent too. It was built and designed by the most famous Norwegian artists. Parks and open spaces are the pride of Oslo, and one of the famous ones is the celebrated Vigeland Sculpture Park. You'll be amazed at its lush green grounds that are decorated with figures of bronze, granite, and forged iron. These figures represent human emotions from happiness to despair. A trip to the Big Døy Peninsula is also great for its historical background and fantastic scenery. You'll definitely marvel at how these were made in the eras back then. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
A deal is on the table. Netanyahu should take it. That's reportedly the advice from Israel's defense chief. But can the Prime Minister be swayed? His expanded Gaza operation is continuing despite pleas from hostage families, international pressure and the declaration of a famine. Is he putting the hostages and civilians at risk? Join us for that debate coming up on Counterpoints.
In March 2022, the United Nations Environment Assembly agreed to develop a legally binding global instrument on plastic pollution with the aim of finalizing it by the end of 2024. The treaty is being negotiated through a series of intergovernmental negotiating committee meetings called the INC, hosted by the UNEP. It failed to reach a deal in South Korea last year, and talks in Switzerland earlier in August was supposed to be a last-ditch effort. But negotiations to reach a major treaty to end growing plastic pollution around the world fell apart in Geneva, adjourning with no immediate plans to resume. The treaty could have sweeping implications for how plastics are designed, produced, used and managed worldwide. It is intended to address plastic pollution across the life cycle of plastics, though there's a deep disagreement over what that scope should mean in practice. With us to discuss this is Stuart Harris, the spokesperson for the International Council of Chemical Associations, the ICCA. Stuart, welcome to the show. Thanks for being with us today.
The INC 5.2 in Geneva did not produce a final agreement. From your perspective and the industries, what were the main sticking points and why did governments fail to reach consensus?
Well, thank you for having me today. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. I think before talking about the sticking points, it is important to note that governments did make significant progress at INC 5.2 on critical areas like product design, which of course is an important element to addressing the broader issue of plastic pollution. But as you mentioned, the sticking points did remain. Financing continues to be a challenging topic, not surprising, because financing often is a difficult discussion in any multilateral environmental agreement negotiation. Also challenging were views on scope. Governments continue to struggle with the scope of the agreement. Should it just focus on addressing plastic pollution, or should it look at the full life cycle of plastics, including production and chemicals used in plastics? Also, plastic products, whether or not the agreement should include lists or whether it should simply provide guidance and criteria to governments to support national actions to address the leakage of plastic waste and plastic pollution into the environment.
Stuart, as industry is not at the negotiating table but participates as an observer, how effective do you feel your role has been in shaping the discussion as an industry? And what input are you prioritizing, or did you prioritize in Geneva?
So as an observer to the process, we play a very important role. Our view and our role is to be there in the meeting. We aren't allowed to participate in all of the negotiating sessions. Some are closed to governments only. But where we are able to participate, and certainly in the side meetings that we have with governments, we're able to listen and hear what governments are saying and what their concerns are. And that enables us as an industry to be more effective as a solutions provider as we bring ideas to the table. One of those key solutions or one of those ideas that we brought to the table is the creation of a database of chemical additives used in plastics. So that's something that we heard early in the negotiations, all the way back at INC 2, calls from governments not really understanding how chemical additives are used in plastics, or even generally the life cycle of how, or the supply chain of how plastics move from the creation of resin or the material itself to products, to how those products are used. And so we do play a critically important role in supporting governments and providing that information on how supply chains work, how the industry works, but then, of course, bringing solutions to the table to help governments as they work to craft this global agreement.
Okay, speaking of solutions, many countries in what's called the High Ambition Coalition wanted to cap or phase down plastic production. But industry opposes those proposed caps. Why does the sector see caps as the wrong approach, and what alternative do you propose?
We do see capping or restricting production as the wrong approach. We need to focus, and we encourage governments to focus on addressing the issue of plastic leaking into the environment. When we look at the broader macroeconomic trends, and we see a growing demand for plastic as a material across many different applications. And one of the things that we've been able to do in working with governments is help better explain the use of plastics across the various sectors of the economy. Plastics touch nearly every aspect of our economy, from packaging of food to lightweighting of vehicles, to use in aerospace and aircraft applications, to communications and electronics and so on. So we see plastics used across all these different applications. We also commissioned a study with Oxford Economics to look at what would the impact of reducing the supply of plastic as a material into the economy mean. And what Oxford Economics found in their study was that it would impact those least able to afford it across all countries. So regardless of high or low income countries, the segment of the population, the citizens least able to afford those increases, that increased cost, would be the ones that would bear the majority of the impact of reducing plastic into the system. As an alternative, we believe that circularity provides a much more effective and targeted solution to address plastic pollution or plastic waste leaking into the environment. Circularity is far more than recycling. It starts with the design, how products are made, how they're used, and then how they are captured, how that value is captured at the end of life. And so that really, we believe, is a much more focused and targeted solution that will be effective in addressing plastic pollution and will also have the least amount of unintended consequences on consumers.
Stuart, let's circle back on additives in plastics. Some countries want a global framework to regulate toxic additives in plastics. Why is the industry opposed to this being part of the treaty? And how do you justify relying on existing frameworks like REACH or TSCA instead?
So as you mentioned, there are existing frameworks at the national level. There are also some international agreements that do address chemicals. It's important to note that chemical additives are chemicals that are used in plastics to provide specific properties to meet the performance of an application, but they're also used, those chemicals are also used in other applications. And so it's important for governments to take a comprehensive approach to chemicals management, and that's what we advocate for as the industry. And so whether it's something like the Global Framework on Chemicals, which is a voluntary initiative, but it's a voluntary initiative that provides governments with the resources to develop national chemical management systems. You mentioned REACH. In the United States, we have TSCA, the Toxic Substances Control Act. Other countries have similar national chemical management systems. These systems are critical to helping address in a comprehensive way the use of chemicals in across various applications, and really taking more of a risk-based approach to ensure that we're balancing the various impacts and the applications of chemicals used across our economy.
You mentioned earlier the topic of financing the required infrastructure. There are about 2.7 billion people worldwide who lack waste management systems. So who should finance the massive infrastructure needed for the collection and recycling of plastics? Should it be governments, consumers, or the plastic industry itself?
So as you mentioned, there is a tremendous need for financing to address this challenge, in the range of trillions of dollars. And so traditional financing mechanisms that we see in multilateral environmental agreements are not going to be sufficient to address the problem. And that's where governments contribute to a fund, and then other governments get money from that fund to help implement the agreement. We really see the need for an innovative approach that looks at things like public-private partnerships and how do you attract investment from the private sector. We do not support global taxes or fees on resin or on the plastic industry, but rather we support governments utilizing policies to incentivize investment in things like collection or in mechanical or advanced recycling operations or in sortation. And we've seen this work in many settings, in many different countries, at a much smaller scale. And we think the plastic pollution agreement negotiations are a real opportunity to massively scale this new innovative approach to public-private partnerships to get investors off the sidelines and really engaged in a more circular economy. But that's going to require changes to national regulations. It's going to require various incentives for private sector investment, but it's also going to require engagement of consumers in terms of the use of things like recycled content, various systems like extended producer responsibility or similar schemes that help to incentivize and capture the value of plastic at the end of life so it can be pulled back into the system, really going back to that design phase where plastic products and packaging are made and put into the economy.
The ICCA cites that there are more than 160 recycling projects backed by the industry. What new technologies are proving most promising, and what are the challenges in scaling those globally?
So there really isn't a one-size-fits-all or a silver bullet approach to recycling technologies. What we're finding is that all of the above mix of different recycling technologies is critical. So whether it's traditional mechanical recycling, which of course has seen many advancements over the years with artificial intelligence and robotics and advanced sorting, or whether it's advanced or chemical recycling, which actually, if you will, unbakes the cake of a plastic product and takes it all the way back to its component parts, so that then new plastic material can be made from that and used in a similar way that virgin plastic can be used. All of these technologies are important to be available to governments as they are looking to scale circularity. And so rather than a single technology, really the promise that we see is the advancement across the range of recycling technologies, and importantly, across the range and the innovation that we see in product design. Designing products to be more easily recycled, designing products to utilize recycled plastic in the various applications. It's a pretty exciting time across that whole range of technologies.
On the point of design, how is the industry rethinking, Stuart, the product and packaging design to make plastics more reusable and recyclable? And more importantly, how soon will consumers see tangible changes in that regard, do you think?
Well, this is an incredibly exciting area. And we see all the way from the material producers to those companies that are actually making products, investment in design and in innovation. And so whether it's taking that multi-layer, multi-material package, something as simple as a toothpaste tube, which used to have aluminum and various other materials in it to protect the toothpaste, we're now seeing design changes where that's now made of a single type of plastic, although put together in an innovative way to still provide the performance that's needed. And so customers are already seeing some of those types of things. We're also seeing innovations in things like reuse and refill. So whether it's detergents, whether it's cleaning products, whether it's cosmetics, we're seeing companies trial and find success with various business models that are encouraging reuse and refill. So consumers are already starting to see this. We feel there's an opportunity with the plastic pollution agreement to accelerate those innovations, really provide additional support to industry and to those companies that are pushing and really innovating at the edge to continue to go further so that we can, again, capture that material, capture the value from that material at the end of life, and bring it back into the system through innovations in design.
Given the plastic industry's importance to global jobs, healthcare, food security, and energy, how do you balance protecting that economic role with responding to pressure for stricter global rules on production and chemicals?
So, and this is a challenge, and this is something that governments really need to work to balance in terms of designing that. Plastics really have enabled modern society and many of the innovations we see from cell phones to electric vehicles, to renewable energy, to just preserving food so that it makes it from, farm to table with less waste. But we do, as a society, need to do a better job in managing the waste and preventing pollution. And so we really feel like circular economy as a solution is the most effective way to give value to waste, to really incentivize not just industry, but also consumers to all work together to address that end-of-life challenge that we have with plastics, pulling that material back into the environment, addressing the pollution issue, but without jeopardizing the societal benefits of plastics, and also not only not jeopardizing, but supporting growth in innovative industries around plastic production and use and many of the surrounding jobs that we see.
Stuart, so finally, what are your expectations on a potential treaty in the near future? In what direction will the UN negotiations go, and when do you expect it to resume?
So that's a great question for governments. Obviously, this is a government-driven process. INC 5.2 was closed with very little clarity on the next step. Our expectation is that governments will reconvene at some point to continue the negotiations, but it's really not clear to us at this point. And so we are continuing to engage with governments. We're continuing to engage with the UN Environment Program to understand what the next step is, because we do see an important role as a solutions provider as governments continue these negotiations. And we are committed to supporting governments in their effort to craft a legally binding agreement to address plastic pollution that really has circularity at its core to solve this global challenge.
Stuart Harris, thank you so much for taking the time and joining us on the show. Stuart Harris, the spokesperson for the International Council of Chemical Associations. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. There are hopes that there will be progress in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine following the meeting in Alaska between the US President Donald Trump and the Russian President Vladimir Putin. There are talks that maybe bilateral and trilateral meetings will follow, but then there are also those who believe there will be no progress, largely because of Vladimir Putin's intractable position when it comes to Ukraine. One of those is the former UK Defence Secretary, Liam Fox. He joins me now to explain why he has that position. So Liam, thank you for making the time. It's good to have a chance to chat with you, sir. First of all, we're seeing a lot of media reports now that there seems to be some progress when it comes to the Russia-Ukraine situation following the meeting in Alaska and the following talks. What's your opinion on that?
There's a lot of rhetoric. There's a lot of staging. Are we seeing real progress? We don't know yet. My view is that you need to go back to understand why Ukraine wants very, very specific, overt, and bankable security guarantees. Remember back in 1994, Ukraine gave away the nuclear weapons that they had inherited from the breakup of the Soviet Union. And they did so on the basis that they had a security guarantee from the United States, from Britain, from France, but mostly from Russia, that their sovereignty and their borders would be respected. That guarantee was worth zero. because Putin decided he wanted Crimea and he just took it. Now, if you were the Ukrainians and you are wanting to end the war, you will want to do so knowing that you have a much better guarantee of your security than came with that agreement, the Budapest Memorandum. So I entirely understand why the Ukrainians are where they are. And until they get those very bankable guarantees, I don't think we can move much forward.
Those who play devil's advocate say that Russia was also guaranteed that NATO would never move 1 inch eastward, and that this was kind of also breached in terms of honouring an agreement. What's your view on that perspective?
Well, Ukraine's not a member of NATO. The only countries that have joined NATO are Sweden and Finland recently, and that was in response to Russia's aggression in Ukraine. Free nations can choose what they want to do in terms of their defense, their foreign policy. They cannot be dictated to by Moscow, by a tyrant like Putin.
Again, to play devil's advocate, if there was something, a similar parallel with Russia putting weapons on any kind of territory it has near the USA, how would the reaction be there?
Well, Russia has weapons pointed at London, at Washington, at LA, at the other parts of Europe. It has troops along the borders with the Baltic states. So we don't need to be lectured by Russia about the threats to their neighbors. It's Russia that invaded Georgia in 2008. It's Russia that annexed Crimea in 2014. It's Russia that invaded Ukraine in 2022. So before people want to play devil's advocate, they better work out who the devil is in that particular equation.
So hugely disappointing and sadly predictable is how you described the outcome of the Putin-Trump Alaska talks. Why was that?
Well, I think Putin's playing for time. Number one, let me be very clear. Putin can't be trusted. His word is worth nothing. Here is a man who is a violent despot who will kill and has killed his political opponents inside Russia, who's killed his opponents outside Russia, including in the United Kingdom. He's playing for time. He's hoping that he can make advances on the battlefield before the United States or Europe apply further sanctions that will damage the Russian economy. And the Russian economy has changed a lot since 2022, since the Ukrainian invasion. Putin's turned his country into a war economy. 45% of his GDP is now taken up by the war in Ukraine or the defense and arms industries. He has a banking system that's barely functioning. He's got a bank base rate of 21% with an inflation rate of 11%, unsustainable if you were in any other part of the world. He's got a labor shortage, a chronic labor shortage, and is utterly dependent on technology to keep his economy moving. Now, these are big problems which will get worse. And in my view, we should make them worse in order to destroy Putin's ability to wage war in the future.
I know your perspective is also to let the Russian oligarchs and those who've been sanctioned from shifting large sums of money out to actually have that opportunity, because it would actually have an impact on Russia's economy that would help to destabilize it, in your opinion, correct?
Well, Russia has been able to maintain its war effort because its banking system has continued, because money has not been allowed to flow out of the system. So the oligarchs who would normally invest in global opportunities have been forced to invest in Russia. Those opportunities will dry up quite quickly, and we need to ensure that we enable capital flight out of Russia to make those difficulties even greater.
And presumably the sale of fossil fuels by Russia, which have been quite beneficial for its economy, have also to be kind of more closely monitored, I guess.
Well, you've seen the tension between the United States under the Trump administration and countries like India, where they are trying to apply pressure to India to stop buying Russian oil. If you're going to make that happen, I think you have to increase the flow of oil from elsewhere, whether that's the United States itself or out of OPEC. You need to ensure that countries that are going to help you in terms of security are not going to be disadvantaged in terms of the ability to fuel, literally, their own economies.
So following Alaska, a bunch of European leaders, including the UK Prime Minister, went to the White House to speak with Donald Trump. And then, of course, the media started to talk a lot about the bilateral, possibly trilateral meeting with Putin, Zelensky and Trump afterwards. Do you see any value in the idea that this bilateral meeting might actually happen between Putin and Zelensky?
Well, all the focus has been on the optics and the rhetoric rather than the substance. And that's where we really need to make progress. We need to make progress on, are we going to get security guarantees for Ukraine? Are we going to ensure that Ukrainian territory is not going to be sacrificed in all of this? When these big issues are sorted out, then you can work out who is going to talk to whom and where it's going to be. I mean, yesterday we had all this stuff about, will it be in Geneva? Will it be Istanbul? You have to have something to talk about first. So let's focus on the substance, and let's have a little bit less focus on some of the lesser important parts.
Ironically, Budapest was mentioned, which you mentioned earlier as the 94 site of the memorandum. So it would be an ironic venue if they chose that.
It would be, yes, it would be ironic, but there would be some who would think it was inappropriate, given that it was that memorandum in Budapest that was so badly betrayed by Russia.
There have been reports that Europe would impose more sanctions on Russia if Vladimir Putin does decide to reject any bilateral or trilateral meetings. What impact could those sanctions have?
Well, the biggest area where Europe could be effective would be in seizing Russian assets. Now, the Russian assets of about 300 billion have been frozen in Europe, and the interest on those has been used to help Ukraine. But if you really wanted to make a difference, you actually seize the assets and give them to Ukraine. 300 billion to Ukraine is more than we've actually spent in total between the United States and Europe so far in assisting them. And there is the question of reparations. Russia committed an act of aggression in breach of international law. They are required to make reparations for that. The chances of Putin actually parting with money and giving it to Ukraine, I would rate as absolutely zero. So what other mechanisms do we have? We've got those assets that were moved largely from America to Europe after 2014-15. Those could be used to help the Ukrainians arm themselves, protect themselves, defend their sovereignty, their people, their democracy, and also to rebuild the shattered parts of their country that have been destroyed by Putin's aggression.
Well, Salim, you've been very clear for many years now that you have zero trust in Vladimir Putin. If that's the case, if Vladimir Putin is such a risk, what real option is there to find a solution?
We should try to find a way of ending the killing in Ukraine itself, but we should be under no illusions about who Putin is and what he is. And I understand why Western politicians who are sort of hardwired to find compromise and accommodations, why they would want to do that. But pretty much all good people end up in the same place with Putin, which is he can't be accommodated. He is a tyrant. He's not a democrat. He's not answerable to the Russian people. He's not answerable to anyone at all. And he will behave in the way that tyrants do, as he has done, internally and externally. So what we, in the long term, we need to do is what we did in the Cold War, which is recognize there can't be a purely military solution to all of this. What we need to use is the financial strength of the free world, and to ensure that in the longer term, we undermine and, if possible, destroy Putin's ability economically to wage war against free, independent, democratic nations.
Well, many critics of the situation have been concerned that Donald Trump has rejected the idea, or at least dismissed the idea of a ceasefire prior to the talks, bilateral talks, if they happen, for example. To what extent is that a bad idea? Because the fact that Russia can continue, it's kind of offensive, and it has actually seems to have boosted.
I thought the German Chancellor, Chancellor Merz, put it very well. It's very difficult to see Zelensky, President Zelensky, and Putin talking to one another if their troops are still killing civilians. How can President Zelensky sit down with Vladimir Putin if men, women, and children are being murdered during the night by Russian missiles and drones? Politically, that's really a bit of a non-starter. And I think you would have to have some situation where on the ground there was no conflict actually taking place before those talks could take place.
How much progress do you see in the statements by Donald Trump that he sees the need for security guarantees for Ukraine? I mean, he said no US troops on the ground, although he said military presence is a possibility.
Well, I think the president is absolutely genuine when he seeks peace and reconciliation. I think his patience has been sorely tested by Putin. time and time again. I think he comes back hoping that something decent will come out of the Russian leader. But I think that increasingly the reality is dawning, that you can't accommodate Putin. And there's a history here. If you remember President George W. Bush saying that he looked into Putin's eyes and saw a soul. Well, Putin looked into his and saw a KGB file number. We had President Obama coming to office after the invasion of Georgia and having a reset, as they called it. Let bygones be bygones with Russia. Putin looked at that and said, thank you very much. I'll just take Crimea, if that's your attitude. We need to really understand what we're dealing with, because wishful thinking is a very bad basis for foreign policy, and it's an even worse basis for defense policy.
There is still a feeling, however, that in spite of what you say about Donald Trump having some concerns about the situation of being played, or tapped, as you put it, by Putin, that he has a much stronger relationship with Vladimir Putin and Russia than with Volodymyr Zelensky, and that he still tends to kind of favor the Russian side. Do you think that's still the case, considering how things have developed?
I think the president genuinely wants reconciliation. I think he can see the prize that there would be were Russia to be brought into the fold. I just don't think it's going to happen under Putin. I think that Putin is a particular type of autocratic, tyrannical leader. His behavior shows he's not to be trusted. And I see no reason why he would change. He wants to keep Russia in a particular way. He's got imperialist tendencies, wanting to recreate parts of what was the Soviet Union. And I think that's not going to change. And I think that President Trump, like President George W. Bush, like President Obama before him, hope that they can find something good to deal with in Putin. Sadly, that their hopes have all been dashed sequentially.
There is a widely held opinion that actually he's more interested in becoming a czar-like figure than reconstructing the Soviet Union, having a more imperial kind of attitude towards things.
I think that's true with Putin. I think that he's also been willing to use the Russian Orthodox Church as part of that czarist approach. But he's a very dangerous man. He's dangerous to the people within Russia, and he's dangerous to the people outside Russia. And we've got to be very hard-headed in accepting that. It's in the minds of good people, wanting to see good in someone else is a very laudable and understandable trait. But it can be very dangerous when you're dealing with somebody like Putin.
I'll get back to the current situation in just a second, but as and when the time comes when Vladimir Putin is no longer around, is there a chance for Russia to reset, or is it likely that someone else with the similar kind of tendency might just be able to slip in and continue the policies of Vladimir Putin?
I think there were three ifs in that question. So yeah, I suppose it depends on the state of the Russian economy. Is it a stable economy, or will Putin actually leave it fundamentally weakened? It's much easier to take a peace economy and turn it into a war economy than vice versa. So there are big problems ahead for the Russian economy. How Putin will manage that, we don't know. Who's coming behind Putin? Difficult to say. Most of his potential successors have left under, let's say, less than clear circumstances. The Russian people, do they have a yearning for democracy? They have a yearning, I think, to control their own future and to live in a country where they are much more able to determine what happens to their families, their communities, and their nation than they have today. But impossible really to know. Russia doesn't really have a strong historical experience in democracy, really at any point. So yes, we have to hope for it. And we in the West have to prepare for a post-Putin era in the hope that we can help encourage change, but in a way much better than we did last time after the fall of the Soviet Union.
There's a bit of a paradox in the fact that the Russian people did taste the fruits of a more kind of market economy, capitalistic society after the fall of the Soviet Union. And yet the statistics show that so many Russians seem to be behind Vladimir Putin's actions. Perhaps it's a patriotic or jingoistic attitude, but there is that strange paradox.
Well, I think you're probably more likely to be the fact that there are no independent polls in Russia, and all the polls that we have are controlled by the Russian government. That will tend to produce the results that the Russian government want. But leaving that aside, so we don't actually know what the Russian people think. But if we are going to see reform in Russia, it has to be in a way that has tangible benefits on the street, and not just for the oligarchs and not just for the politicians, which is what we saw last time. And that needs to be better thought through.
Considering your perspective on President Putin, do you see any value in him actually recently now agreeing that there should be security guarantees, that perhaps there could be some kind of monitoring system if there was a peace deal?
Anything that gives us a verifiable peace deal, great. As Ronald Reagan would say, trust but verify. And that is just as true today as when President Reagan said it in the Cold War. And we need to be able to make sure that it's there. But there's something else. It's not just a security guarantee. What's missing there is the word credible. Is it a credible security guarantee? Because if Russia thinks that the deterrence is missing, then he will act again. And you could, I think, very reasonably argue that the sanctions that we put in place in 2022 after the invasion of Ukraine should have been there in 2014 after the invasion of Crimea. And the ones we put in place in 2014 should have been there in 2008 after the Russian aggression towards Georgia. So the failure of deterrence and the failure of a credible deterrence is crucial. And anything that the West puts in place as a security guarantee needs to come with some hard and fast elements to that, whether that's an Article 5 NATO-type guarantee that an attack on Ukraine would be an attack on us all. We have to wait and see. But if it's not credible, it's not worth anything.
Do you see Ukraine ending up in NATO?
No, I don't actually in the short term, although I think it's their right to apply to become members of NATO. But NATO is a political as well as a military alliance, and they would have to meet a number of criteria that would make them an acceptable part of the political alliance, just as the same way as they would need to fulfill criteria were they going to join the European Union. So I think that's some way off for Ukraine. I think Ukraine still has internal problems to deal with, not least a fairly widespread level of corruption that has plagued them for some time. Those things need to be dealt with. They can be dealt with. And Ukraine is, of course, as a free, democratic, sovereign nation, able to make its own choices.
On a slight tangent, why is there a need for NATO now? If we consider the Soviet threat has disappeared, and that maybe was the justification for the creation of the alliance, what is the real need for NATO now, especially if pretty much anyone can join it?
Well, pretty much anyone can't join it, otherwise we wouldn't be having this debate about Ukraine. There's the fact that Russia still has the largest number of nuclear weapons in the world, and they're still pointing at us. That's reason for NATO.
Do you believe Ukraine will ever get back the 20% that Russia holds right now of its land?
I don't think it's realistic to believe that Crimea will ever come back. I think that the Crimea probably disappeared when President Obama had the reset with Russia. I think that failure of deterrence probably meant that Crimea was lost. What happens with the territories that Russia's currently occupying remains to be seen. I don't think that Putin's going to give up the areas the oblasts that he controls 100%, where you got Donetsk, for example, where there's still a split. That is more difficult to see. But there's got to be, if Ukraine loses territory, there's got to be something for Ukraine in that, and that's got to be that Putin can't move a centimetre further into Ukraine in the future.
When Donald Trump talks about a land swap, in your opinion, what does that mean? Because there doesn't seem to be anything to swap for. Well,
it's not a swap. It's the aggressor being able to keep the territory they have taken by force. It's not really what we think about as a swap. You've got principle and you've got the brutal reality facing off here. The principle should be that no aggressor should be able to benefit from acts of war. But the truth on the ground is that you've got ruined parts of Ukraine that Russia is not going to give back, potentially ever. So that's where you get into negotiation. And that's where the credible guarantees of future security have to come in.
So, Liam, how do you regard the way European countries have come together as a sort of counterbalance to the US position when it comes to dealing with this matter?
I think that President Trump has been a wake-up call to Europe, but that's only because Europe wouldn't listen to previous wake-up calls. I remember as Defense Secretary way back in 2010 sitting around the table at NATO with the American Defense Secretary Robert Gates, who would say, you cannot expect the American taxpayers to continually pay for Europe's defense while Europe spends its money on welfare and consumption. I mean, you now have the position where European countries make up 6%, 7% of the world's population, but 60% of social spending. Now, why should the American taxpayers fund that? So they've come late in the day to recognize they must spend more on defense, they must be more active in their own defense and not depend on riding on America's coattails. That's a good thing. That's a good wake-up call. And I think that they actually have responded quite well. And I think that British Prime Ministers, Boris Johnson, Rishi Sunak, and our current Prime Minister have all actually honourably filled the roles of good European leaders when it comes to understanding their responsibilities to the defence and security of the wider continent.
To what degree do you believe that Europe's unity in this matter, perhaps, as we've just discussed, is a result of American pressure rather than internal European fears that Russia has been proactive in the sense of a grey warfare in its tactics with Europe?
I think it's both. And I think that it depends where in Europe you are. If you are sharing a border with Russia, your view of your security post-Ukraine has very much diminished. So if you're in the Nordic states, the Baltic states, Poland, Romania, Hungary, and you're sitting looking right across the border at the country that has just by force taken part of Ukraine, killed tens of thousands of its armed forces, and killed and maimed civilians for no clear purpose. I think that you're probably a lot less sanguine about security than if you live in Western Europe.
But considering Russia's taken quite a toll in this conflict as well, it hasn't been the kind of few weeks affair that people thought it would be going into Ukraine, as Russia seemed to be so dominant. Does Europe really have that level of fear, grey warfare apart? Does it really have a fear that Russia could stretch itself out so far to try and destabilize or be involved in taking over other countries?
So what's the difference? The difference is that in Europe, we care about our armed forces. We would care about the human cost and the financial cost of a conflict like that. If you're Putin, he doesn't care. He's not answerable to his electorate. He's not answerable to a free media. There are no critics out there saying that the cost is too high. So just as, since you mentioned, taking an imperial view, the view of Russia was throw as many troops as needed into battle. And it doesn't matter what your casualties are. That's the view that Putin will take. I think the question that's very crucial in this is, at what point, even in Russia, does the loss become so acute, does the financial hardship become so great that the public will just not stomach the conflict?
But does he have the resources? Does Vladimir Putin have the resources? I mean, it's been proved that he's used North Korean troops to supplement his. Does he have the resources to take things further?
Well, he has an economy that's a war economy that will be unable to produce wealth. So the longer the war goes on, yes, there will be a toll that is there. But you have to understand the mind of Putin, his imperialist, aggressive tendencies to want to control Ukraine, which he believes is Russia, remember, is greater than his fear of any domestic resistance to his program. That cannot last forever in the real world, but he can last for a long time. And as long as people are buying Russian oil and enabling him to fund his war, he will continue as best he can. And if that means releasing more prisoners from prison to go onto the front line, bringing people in from North Korea or any other favorable dictatorships around the world, that's what he'll do. And as long as the Iranians are helping him supply of weapons, missiles and drones, then he's got his allies on whom he can depend, at least for some time.
Since January of 2025, and Donald Trump's return to the White House, he seems omnipresent. With executive orders, he seems to be such a dominant figure in what's going on in the world. Do you get any sense that perhaps Europe is being kicked into a very underdog position in having a say in what's going on here?
I think to an extent the reverse, possibly because of that great influence that President Trump has had, that European leaders have stepped up to the plate a bit, particularly on this, and they were not passive in this process. After the Alaska summit, they were very quick to get to Washington. So no, I don't take that view. And also, you know, in the West, we have to understand the American political system. You've got a president newly elected in his second term. He's got control of the House of Representatives. He's got control of the Senate. But America has elections in November next year. That could change.
But still, looking at the sort of global optics, can Europe kind of step out of Donald Trump's shadow?
Europe needs to make some changes. I mean, Europe it needs to be looking at its trading practices, for example. Whatever you think of the president's tariff policy, he's got a point when it comes to the EU, that the EU has been using non-tariff barriers and technical barriers to trade as an alternative to financial tariffs. So, you know, he's right that there needs to be change. Maybe we're just seeing a little inkling of the need for change amongst European leaders.
Briefly putting on your international trade secretary hat, the one you wore for a while, does the level of tariffs, though, that Donald Trump talks about and the way he threatens them, is that good global practice when it comes to economics?
It has a different impact depending on the sort of economy you're dealing with. If you put tariffs on a country that only sells basic commodities, that has no value added, then you will definitely harm those economies. And I think that whatever the financial plus that the administration sees for the United States, you have to weigh that up against what if I make it more difficult for developing countries to trade their way out of poverty? Will that trigger a wave of global migration, which is the one thing that I also don't want in policy? So sometimes I think that in Western governments, the people who make the economic policy and the people who make the security policy don't properly talk to one another, and the dots don't really get joined up.
Going back to the Russia-Ukraine conflict, there is a feeling among many people that the world has let Ukraine down, was slow to act, hasn't been decisive enough as a community. Where is the rest of the world in this? We've talked about America, we've talked about Europe. What about other countries around the world? Where are the others? Where's China in all of this? Well,
China, I don't think is particularly bothered that the West and Russia are daggers drawn. That's not in the disinterest, if you want to put it that way, of China. Others are much less concerned. They see that as a European issue. I think that Ukraine was let down when we did not deter Russian aggression. And if I was to put my finger on it, I think that the reset under the Obama presidency with Putin was the ultimate failure of Western deterrence, and I think much has flowed from that.
But is there also a tendency at a global level for countries to become introspective now? The US, of course, seems to be so much more introspective under Donald Trump, of course, his Make America Great Again policy. Is that what's happening? Are we deglobalizing?
Well, I think at the political level, there is a tendency for countries to become much more introspective, to become, if not isolationist, at least more nationalist. And yet, at the same time, in the real global economy, we have had such a level of integration of supply chains that the idea of pulling those apart would cause so much disruption as to be not worth any economic gain that might come. And so again, you've got the world of politics and the world of business not necessarily being in the same place. I'm with the world of business. I think ultimately it's those interests that will be longer lasting, and they will be to the benefit, particularly of those parts of the world who don't yet share in the good luck of the wealthiest.
Well, that's almost the perfect segue, talking about your role in business, to discuss your role as the chairman of the Abraham Accords from the UK perspective. Tell me about the work that's being done, because you're now planning to launch a fund as well.
So we have something called the Abraham Accords Prosperity Group. It basically has 4 pillars. The Abraham Accord Prosperity Fund, which is an investment fund that we plan to launch in the near future. A project called REACH, run by the NAS group of companies, talking directly to young people in English and Arabic in the region to say, you should have opportunity. We will give you the chances to grasp that opportunity, but to talk to them in a language that is much more familiar and through social media. We also have a think tank network, including Trends in the UAE, including the Amadeus Institute in Morocco, and we have, fourthly, our advisory council, the great and the good, helping to guide us and promote us. And we're building those. And we're doing that because if you want to effect change, it can't be done just by a financial instrument. You've got to create an ecosystem which is sustainable. I've agreed to chair this grouping for 10 years. My wife thinks I'm mad, and maybe she's right. She usually is. But we need to show commitment, long-term commitment. Part of the problem is that the initiatives that we have had are very top-down. Where is the benefit on the Arab street, for example, of these initiatives? Unless young people can see that there will be something different for them, that they will get dignity and hope and opportunity from this, it is otherwise it's meaningless. And also, how do you put in place the mechanics over time that go beyond the sort of democratic mandates of 3 or 4 years that Western governments tend to have? How do you give investors confidence? How do you give young people confidence that they genuinely have friends out there who are in it for the long term? That's what we're trying to change.
The overarching issue, though, is that since October the 7th, 2023, anything that really concerns the Abraham Accords has taken quite a hit, certainly psychologically, on the Arab street. What kind of damage has it done to your goals, to your aims to try to create some kind of better world in that environment?
I don't think it changes our aims or our goals. It perhaps makes the environment in which we're doing it more difficult. But, you know, whatever happens, if you like, at the statecraft level, we still need to have a greater share of prosperity across the whole of the Middle East, North Africa region. And we need to ensure that younger people are able to share more in the prosperity that in Europe or the United States we would take for granted than they have been allowed to do in the past. And that means, how do we get more of the economic opportunity? For example, in the service industries, instead of countries buying business services from Europe or America, why are we not trying to create more of them in those countries themselves?
Who do you see contributing to this fund?
Well, we have a number of high net worth individuals, but I would also like to see the sovereign wealth funds and institutions do something that they really can do, which is invest in peace. That's the real challenge for us.
And is it the sovereign wealth funds largely from the Middle East region, or do you see this as truly global?
Well, we've had a lot of interest in the United Kingdom and the United States, but in the region itself. And we have to encourage those in the region to invest in the future of the region. And we have to ensure that, as I often say, if you've got the same DNA as your parents and you make the same choices as your parents, you end up in the same place. And we can't afford that. We need to break that. Here we are in the United Kingdom, a country massively shaped by our history. But there are those in the Middle East who are not shaped by their history. They're prisoners of their history. We need to help them break out of that.
Just a final thought then. Are you getting the sense that ears are open to your requests and your pleas for some kind of progress?
I think that people are recognizing that we cannot continue as we are. We have to create a different future, and we're not passengers in that future. We can be the prime movers in our own destiny, and we can choose to effect change if we want. And people will say, well, this is a terrible time to be launching a project like that. Well, is there a good time to launch a project like that? And if you're looking at the long term, you have to start somewhere. And I hope that those who support our aims will support our program, because it's something that has to be done as a whole global community if we're to achieve the results that we want. And its benefits will not just be felt in the Middle East, they'll be felt globally. And that should be as much an attraction to us as anything else.
Well, Sir Liam, I wish you luck. Thank you very much for joining me, sir.
Pleasure.
That was Sir Liam Fox, the former UK Defence Secretary, talking about the latest situation in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. That's it for this edition of the show. Don't forget to subscribe and leave your comments. From me and the team in London, thanks for watching. I'll see you next time.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hayes and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Putin, Xi and Kim take centre stage in China as world leaders meet for high-level talks. Belgium will recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations, ramping up global pressure on Israel amid the Gaza crisis. And Afghanistan is rocked by a second earthquake as the Taliban now appeal for international aid. To our first story, Vladimir Putin is at the centre of attention in China this week, meeting Xi Jinping and other world leaders at the Shanghai Cooperation Summit. Tomorrow, he'll join Xi and North Korea's Kim Jong-un at a massive military parade in Tiananmen Square. The visit highlights deepening ties between Moscow, Beijing and Pyongyang, and it comes as Russia deploys forces in Ukraine, signalling a potential autumn offensive. Now to discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Al Arabiya senior presenter Rawiya Alami and also Deputy Editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, who is live with us from London. Both of you, thank you very much for joining us. First of all, Rawiya, let's turn to you on this. Putin and Xi, now apparently that's today's biggest, best friendship that we're seeing emerge. He referred to him as a dear friend and seeing that they're unprecedented level of ties right now. How much of this do you think is symbolism? How much of it is actually substance that's going on here?
I think it's a mix of both, a bit of symbolism and a bit of substance. Now, on the symbolic side, Putin calling the Chinese president as his dear friend, I think is meant to show a united front with China, especially when the two leaders and their countries are facing a lot of pressure from the West, namely from the US. Russia is facing it over Ukraine, and China is facing it over trade and security concerns. On the substantive side, it is basically substantive on many different levels. Let's start with the economic level. Economic ties are deepening between the two countries. There's a lot of coordination. Basically, China has become Russia's main energy buyer, and that this is very significant for the Russians because it gives them a chance to offset the effects of the Western sanctions. And Russia also hopes that China or exports, energy exports to China and to other countries through China are going to basically compensate for all their losses because of the Western sanctions. On the military level, also militarily, the ties are deepening. There's a lot of coordination, military exercises and military consultations. And also on the political level, they are all aligned, pushing against a US-backed alliance.
Yeah, it does feel like this. It feels like this is very much us against the US is what we're kind of seeing right now. Freddie, let's turn to you on this. China saying they're now going to offer visa-free travel to Russians, but how significant do you think that is in showing just how close these parties are now becoming?
That is quite a significant step, and it's quite an interesting one, the visa move. However, when we talk about Russia and China coming close together, it is worth remembering that Russia's been talking about this for a very long time. I mean, in 1996, Yeltsin went to Beijing. They had a kind of conference where they agreed that the age of American supremacy needed to end and that they needed to be closer allies and so on. So it's very much been pre-Putin. It's been Russia's sort of foreign policy objective to form this alternative alliance against America. And it always falls down on the fact that America is still, despite not being the unipolar power, it is still the supreme economic, financial, and military power. However, 20 years, 30 years of talking about growing closer together is bearing fruit, and the visa scheme is part of that. And these are not countries that historically, China and Russia have had awkward relationship historically, if you go back over the centuries. So it is a change. It's a significant change, but we should remember that, as you've already said, it's symbolic to a large extent too.
Well, earlier on this, I spoke as well to Derek Grossman. He's the professor even of international relations at the University of Southern California. We were talking about this, and I asked him specifically about those tensions between China, India, and the US. Let's have a listen to this.
The Trump administration has bitten off more than it can chew with India. First, it started with 25% reciprocal tariffs, and then reportedly, because of the Trump administration's displeasure with India's relationship with India and importing discounted barrels of Russian oil, they slapped another 25% on. So now we're at 50%. But I mean, to your point, could there be a quick turnaround? Could there be a quick deal, right? I think Trump certainly thinks so because he has a very good relationship with Modi, or at least did up until recently. But that remains to be seen. And I think, if you talk to Indian interlocutors, which I do all the time, or, senior Indian government officials, they will tell you that a lot of damage has been done in terms of their trust of the United States. Now that trust is turned into distrust. And that is going to take a long time to repair. I don't think it's like a light switch that could be turned on and off. We're hearing reports that Trump has tried to call Modi on 4 separate occasions, and Modi has declined. And now Trump is not going to attend the Quad Summit to be held in New Delhi later this month, right? So things are really unraveling quickly. That's not to say that India is going to have a better relationship with China than it does with the United States simply because of the last few days. I don't think that's the case either. But I do think that the United States under the Trump administration isn't doing itself any favors in terms of keeping India closer in order to implement its Indo-Pacific strategy of countering China.
Rory, we had there as well that India and the US, somewhat frosty, the relationship at the moment, it seems, between the two of those.
Yeah.
They seem to not be engaging with each other. That friendship doesn't seem to be working right now, right?
No, it doesn't. But that's the thing. I mean, in politics, there is no permanent friend and there is no permanent enemy. And let's go back to, for example, China and Russia. I agree with Freddie that their relationship has passed through some challenging times, and it was a complicated relationship. Yet in this instance, in this moment in history, the friendship is real, even though it's calculated. And by the way, China has the upper hand in it for many reasons. Russia needs China in this friendship a lot more than China needs Russia. Therefore, it is calculated. But I mean, all of these circumstances, political circumstances, they change. Friendship change into
absolutely.
Other
Freddie,
forms of relationships.
Freddie, to turn to you on this, should the West be worried of something like this? There's obviously this hard power effort, as you mentioned a while ago. Is the West now kind of going, well, this might not be the best thing for us?
Well, I think that a lot of Western statesmen outside of the Trump orbit are extremely concerned about the apparent capriciousness of Trump's tariffs, that they can be turned on and off, and that this means that the BRICS, the sort of rival emerging economic bloc to America, to Western dominance, are coming closer together because they feel they can't rely on America, they can't rely on the West. And I think this is a legitimate source of concern. But the thing about capriciousness is that it is capricious, so it can be turned off very easily. And Trump is very good when he wants to at turning the charm offensive back on. And Modi may not like it for now, but I feel that Trump could easily win that round. I mean, it wasn't so long ago, before this tariff bust-up, that J.D. Vance was in India with his Indian wife, having a very good time and talking a lot about Indian-American cooperation. So I feel that spigot of friendship can be turned back on pretty quickly if Trump wants to.
Rawiya, what next from the SCO? It's been a week. We've had the Modi situation yesterday with Putin and Modi sharing a motorcade. Now today we've got Putin and Xi. Tomorrow we know that all three, including Kim Jong-un, are going to be present on one stage. Do you think that's the next step in this friendship?
I think it could be, at least optically, the scene tomorrow with the three leaders together attending this parade, which is, by the way, China's largest ever military parade to mark the 80th anniversary of the formal surrender of the Japanese after the end of the Second World War. The scene, I think, is going to represent that unity, that signal of unity that I was talking about. We're talking about now not just China and Russia, North Korea as well. They are all countries increasingly positioned against the West. Now, for Putin, standing beside Kim gives the image of a growing U.S. anti-U.S. bloc with the three countries. For Kim, it boosts his international stature. It also shows that he's not isolated. He is welcomed on at least one world stage. And we have to notice one thing as well, that this is the first multilateral international meeting for the North Korean leader. The last time that any North Korean leader attended a Chinese parade like this one was his grandfather in 1959.
So this is huge.
It is huge for Kim, I think.
Well, more on the SCO tomorrow, I'm sure, as the SCO continues. I'm sure we'll have more details on what tomorrow shall bring. Let's move on to our next story now. And Belgium is set to recognise a Palestinian state at the United Nations later this month, stepping up international pressure on Israel amid the continuing devastation in Gaza. Foreign Minister Maxime Provost has called the move a response to what he described as Israel's violation of international law and the humanitarian tragedy which is unfolding. Rawiya, we'll turn to you first of all on this. Belgium saying it is now going to recognise a Palestinian state, the latest country to do that. The UN is where this will all take place, and we know when that happens in September, there will be quite a few countries who will be doing the same. How big of a deal is this diplomatically speaking?
Well, it's a strong political message, I think, yet it has symbolic weight, if you want. Now, it will not have immediate practical impact on the ground, especially with the current Israeli government. Yet, on the other hand, I think it signals European support for Palestinian statehood. It gives the Palestinian statehood legitimacy. And I think it opens the door for more European countries and other Western countries to support Palestinian statehood. If you want, it could start a domino effect that we might not see the effect of it now, but it's building solidarity, building support for a Palestinian state, I think, for the future.
Now, we know that, and we've said this before, many countries have joined in without the EU actually backing this and being on board.
Actually, 143 countries out of the 193 countries that are members of the UN General Assembly have already recognized the state of Palestine.
But if the EU as a whole does not get behind it, it does kind of fall down a bit, which is where Hungary a lot of the time will interject and say, and also Germany as well, will say
definitely
we're not getting behind.
a united European stand would be, a united European recognition of a Palestinian state actually would be a lot more effective than individual states, even big states like France, also Spain already did, France intends to, will not be as effective.
But without the might of the US as well, it feels like this is largely symbolic, I guess. Freddie, let's turn to you on this. Recognition of the Israel state. Critics are saying that this actually rewards Hamas. Is that fair, do you think, or is it actually going to put pressure on Netanyahu and the Israeli government?
I think the rewards Hamas argument has become a bit of a sort of knee-jerk response from Israel and people who support Israel. And it's not without some logic, it's not without some merit, but it was worth saying in the Belgium example, I think they are making it contingent on Hamas releasing the hostages. They're making their recognition of Palestine contingent on Hamas releasing the hostages and giving up control of Gaza. And so the rewarding Hamas argument in that case doesn't quite work. The more kind of cynical take is to say, who cares about Belgium? I think that's a little bit unfair. It's just one other country adding to this sort of growing chorus of international condemnation. But as you quite rightly say, John, the key player here is America. There's going to be, in New York, there's going to be this UN General Assembly in late September. And the big question is, what will Donald Trump do? And I think the answer is he's very unlikely to move the needle against Israel in any significant way.
Rawiya, when we spoke about this earlier on the show, there was mention that the Palestinian state would require 4 things in order to be recognised officially as a Palestinian state. Those would be a permanent population, a defined territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into relations with other states. And currently, Palestine has none of those, largely in part to the fact that the war...
People.
It has, but they are being displaced.
Population.
It is not their fault that they are being displaced. So it is the fault of Israel that the Palestinian state, in official terms, cannot exist.
Yeah, and not just that. I mean, the second condition you talked about, to have a continuous defined border and connected land. And that's exactly what the Israelis are trying to do to combat this movement, as Freddie called it, this international condemnation and moving towards recognizing a Palestinian state. They're trying to face that with growing or building more Israeli settlements like the E1 block that they announced recently. And that will guarantee that there won't be continuity of land for a Palestinian state to be viable over it.
Is that, in terms of strategy, is that again Israel trying to play into the strategy to make sure that, well, officially, yes, as many countries as would like to recognise the Palestinian state can do that, but in terms of on paper, it's not possible because we will continue to push the narrative that you don't have these 4 different things.
Absolutely. I mean, and if, as Israel and Smotrich and even Netanyahu have been threatening and actually voicing their intention out loud, the intention of the government to annex parts of the West Bank or even all of it. I mean, that's what they're doing, basically, creating facts on the ground, regardless of international law, regardless of what, the position of other states are, especially even powerful states, let's say European states, as we have seen.
Yeah.
Creating those facts on the ground, as long as there's American backing, and therefore, do whatever you want with international law. Do whatever you want with all of these recognitions.
Freddie, let's take you back for 1 second as we're speaking about the US and how important a player they are in this. What's the feeling with Republicans in the US, from your experience at least? What's the narrative that's happening there at the moment?
Well, I think polling suggests that Republican support for Israel is still pretty strong, although there has been a dip among Republicans, independents and Democrats in support for Israel. I think in the Trump White House, it's the commitment to Israel and the sort of general contempt for what they would regard as sort of international virtue signaling in favor of Palestine is pretty strong. However, set against that is a growing distrust and dislike among key figures in the Trump cabinet towards Benjamin Netanyahu, a feeling that he's an unreliable partner, that the Israeli government took America for a ride somewhat, particularly with the Iran strikes, and a general sort of suspicion towards him. Whether that translates into anything meaningful from the Trump White House against Israel on the Palestine question is another matter entirely. But there are doubts about Netanyahu, but I think when it comes to Team Trump and Israel, it's a fairly reliable alliance. It's a fairly durable alliance, I think.
Rawia, last word from you on this before we move on. When the United Nations meet at the end of September and everyone shows their cards and says, right, here's who's supporting the Palestinian state, do you think that's the time when Netanyahu will feel the pressure of the world saying enough is enough, we want you to move out?
I wish I can say yes, but I don't think so.
You think we'll still continue on past the General Assembly and it will be no further towards a ceasefire or some sort of...
Unless there is real American pressure. And even though, I mean, as Freddie said, the ties between the US and Israel are very, very strong, regardless of Netanyahu, regardless of frustrations by Trump or the Trump administration with Netanyahu's policies. The tie remains strong, even though Trump has recognized and noticed that the influence of the Jewish lobby inside the Congress, and that's what he said in one of his interviews recently, that it has become, they used to basically rule over, control the Congress, he said, but they don't anymore. He's surprised to see this. He does recognize that the actions of Israel have made them lose the public relations war. That's how he actually termed it, even though they might and probably did, will win the war militarily.
Rawia, Freddie, thank you for your thoughts on that. Stay right there. Let's move on to our next story. The Taliban have appealed for international assistance after eastern Afghanistan was shaken again, this time by a fresh 5.2 magnitude earthquake, adding to the devastation from the powerful 6.0 magnitude quake that happened over the weekend and now has killed at least 1,400 people. The new tremor struck near the epicenter of Sunday's quake, hitting remote mountainous provinces close to the Pakistan border, which has further complicated the rescue efforts which are ongoing in a region that is already struggling with landslides and very, very heavy rain. Rawia, 1,400 people, I think that's a low estimation for how many we'll actually see as the death toll in Afghanistan as a result of not just the first but also the subsequent 5.2 quake that we saw today as well.
Absolutely right. I mean, the death toll is definitely going to rise. The Afghani authorities have already said that there's no way they can predict or estimate how many bodies or people are still trapped under the rubble. We are talking about more than 5,000 homes have been destroyed. Several remote villages in remote areas have been completely destroyed, and also it's very difficult for rescue teams to reach all the remote areas. We're talking about a very, very difficult terrain, very difficult land, damaged infrastructure. The roads are blocked because of landslides and heavy rain. So therefore, it's very hard to actually foresee the end death toll for this disaster.
It does seem like it's going to be a lot higher. I think 1,400 is a very low estimation at this stage.
And then the aid. I mean, they need so many people who have been rescued can possibly die if aid doesn't reach and medical supplies.
And we're hearing of 2 helicopters, and that's all that the Taliban have at their disposal currently in order to get to people in those very, very remote areas. And I guess the big thing will be international aid. And Freddie, to you on this one, the Taliban, as we mentioned, calling for foreign help here. Many countries cut the aid over women's rights and several other reasons as well. Aid and politics, should they be separated when a crisis like this occurs?
Yes, of course they should be. We should try and get our kind of urge to lecture the Taliban about human rights and so on. We should try and put that aside if there are people who desperately need help. However, it's easier said than done to separate aid and politics, and that applies to the Taliban as well, who in the past have been very suspicious of Western aid because they regard it as sort of brainwashing or corrupting to the governance and the way of life they want to impose on Afghanistan. The question here becomes for Western countries looking to help. I think the UK has committed $1 million, which doesn't sound like very much in the grand scheme of international affairs, but I think it is on top of regular contributions from Foreign Office and from aid groups in Britain. I think it's about 100 million a year we give to Afghanistan still. But there has been a bit of concern about where does this money go? I mean, you can give it to the UN Population Fund, you can give it to the International Red Cross, and they will try and do the best they can. But it's a corrupt government in Afghanistan, I think that's fair to say. Do we think that the aid money, resources will always go to the people who need them the most. The great concern is that they do not.
I'm going to give you a quick breakdown on that. And as you said, Freddie, correctly so, 1 million has been pledged by the UK government. But taking it back to 2004, the Indian tsunami, 75 million British pounds at that stage, plus almost 400 million in public funding as well. The Kashmir earthquake of 2005, 100 million, right through to Haiti, which was over 200 million in total. Turkey, Syria, the earthquake there was 5 million plus 150 million in public funds as well. So this really pales in comparison. And although a corrupt government, Rawiya, the people are the ones who are suffering, not the government here.
Absolutely. I mean, 1 million from the UK, I think, is embarrassingly low. That's just my humble opinion. But, I mean, let's break down. I agree completely with Freddie that aid and politics, and you probably have the same opinion, should be completely separated, at least because, I mean, a lot of these Western countries have withheld and withdrew their aid to Afghanistan, citing human rights issues and women's issues and all of that. Okay, so at the end of the day, you are doing this to protect the Afghani citizens and the Afghani women and their rights and all of that. Aren't you infringing their rights or on their rights by not giving them the most basic human rights, which is at least aid at the time of natural crisis?
Well, I don't know if now is the time to try and impose that upon Afghanistan when this is what's going on.
Definitely not. And also, I have another point about also Freddie's point that he said that it is a corrupt government. Everybody knows that. The money, we don't know where the money goes. Yet there are so many other ways to give aid. Let me just give examples. For example, China, Iran, Pakistan, and the United Arab Emirates have offered support, including medical supplies, rescue teams, food. India has also sent 1,000 tents and 15 tons of food. So there are other ways to help, not just to give money where, and it could be channeled to other channels that that are unacceptable. Having said that, we're talking about a country that is in drought. They have a humanitarian crisis. They have a nutrition crisis. The foreign aid to Afghanistan have gone down in the past 3 years, since 2022, by 80%. And you know what they most need right now? Body bags for the victims. Who are being dug up from under the rubble. And basic supplies, just hygiene.
Hygiene, medical supplies, that. And I guess from a financial point of view, Freddie, Rachel Reeves will be looking and saying she can't make the books balance here. With sending $1 million is maybe even too much for the UK right now.
Well, yes, and I mean, particularly when you consider that that $1 million is on top of the 113 million I think we sent last year. We'll probably send something similar this year. We still continue to make quite significant aid spending abroad, and there are reasons to do that beyond just humanitarian reasons. There are thought to be good reasons for doing that, but it's very difficult for a government that is actually having to face a really severe an increasingly severe economic crisis in Britain. If you look at the bond markets today, pretty terrifying stuff for British politicians looking at that. It's difficult for a Labour government in that position to say, oh, we're going to carry on sending masses of money out, even though, of course, it is the right thing to do when there's a disaster. But they need to justify it. They need to make sure that money is going to the right place, is actually helping people when the British economy is in peril at the moment.
Freddie, Rawiya, thank you both for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to our next story, this time for something much lighter. Meal deliveries by drone are taking off, that's quite literally, around some of the most remote islands in Scandinavia. Residents on almost 700,000 islands in Sweden, Norway and Finland could soon have access to hot food deliveries straight to the door, thanks to a Norwegian startup. The company, called Avient, will start working on the Swedish island of Värmdö, 8 miles outside of Stockholm. That's before it branches out into other areas in the region. Rawiya, this is now how we're going to have delivery, especially in remote areas like this. Swedish burgers straight to the island, right to your door. Is this the future of food delivery?
Looks like it. At least this is a taste of the future of delivery. But I think there are hurdles, at least, and challenges, at least at this stage. First of all, the drones cannot carry heavy weight. So we're talking about less meals that they can deliver.
Yep.
Each drone can deliver. So they need more drones to reach the same area that maybe 1 or 2 delivery drivers can. Also, their range is limited as well, which means possibly also more drones that need to be used. There are also rules around flying over private residence, private areas also that needs to be addressed. And also there are safety concerns. I mean, we're talking about meals that are hot, could be liquid, they could drop on someone's head.
Could be soup.
Could be soup. Gravy.
So your concern is down the safety route. Freddie, as a takeout delivery aficionado, would you trust your burger by delivery from a drone instead of a driver?
Absolutely. I've got nothing against drivers, but I think I'd trust a drone even more than a driver. It's not very decent of me and pretty decadent, but when I read about this story, I thought of the Isle of Wight, which is a place I go to quite a lot in Britain. It's off the south coast of England. It's about a 10-minute boat journey from the mainland to the Isle of Wight. And reading about this company, which is aiming to provide to remote islands in Scandinavia, I thought how brilliant it would be if I could order a delicious takeaway from Portsmouth on the mainland of England to the Isle of Wight, and it could just zoom across the sea to me. It's quite a dreamy idea. I'm afraid I am quite tempted by it. I'm quite pro-drone on this score.
But as long as it's not flying from France to deliver your burger.
But that is a possibility. I mean, you want some of the best food in the world, you want it in record time, you could have it done by drone. Robbie, there's the human element of this that we seem to have glossed over as well, and we mentioned that it can do the job of a driver, but effectively this is technology putting somebody out of a job.
Absolutely, and this is just another example of how technology is going to take over people's jobs, and there are so many jobs that are going to be extinct in the future. Maybe, yes, delivery driver is going to be one of them. Actually, if I remember correctly, I read a book called 21st Lessons for the 21st Century, and it was published a few years ago, even before this sort of AI revolution sort of started spreading everywhere. And the author was predicting that this is going to be the case, and that the problem is going to be that the technology is going to develop so fast, take over people's jobs so fast, much faster than our ability to retrain or train people for jobs that are going to be open in the future.
Freddie, what would you pay a premium? Because considering that it's going to be the cost of a drone to set it up, you're talking about the runtime of the drone. This is going to be quite expensive tech when it kicks off initially, because even your bog standard small drone is in excess of $200 to $300. Would you pay a premium to have this food delivered to your chateau on the Isle of Wight?
I want to facetiously say yes, but no, I'm not only decadent, I'm also extremely tight-fisted. So I'd probably wait for the market to drive the price down before I did it myself.
Not a premium.
No, not paying a premium. Wants the burger, wants it now, doesn't want to pay a premium. Thank you so much, both of you, for that. It's that time of the show where Arabiya and also Freddie have brought us two of the quirkier stories from the news of the day. Arabiya, first of all, to you and to cruise passengers who now have discovered that all is not exactly what it was cracked up to be.
Absolutely. The story is about a Carnival cruise passenger who, makes his way into his room on this cruise ship. Just like all of us when we go into, hotels that leave us this beautiful sort of animal-shaped, bird-shaped towels on the bed.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And we admire them so much. We take pictures, So he was admiring that, and after that he was unpacking, and he wanted to find storage space for his suitcase. He looked under the bed only to find a bag full of these
pre-made
towels in different shapes.
It's all an illusion.
It's all an illusion. Actually, it was really funny because his reaction was that I wasn't surprised, but it was like knowing that Santa wasn't real.
Yeah, which of course he is real, and that we'd hate to be disappointing anyone. But I do think if you have a look at this here, people normally are set up to believe that this has done a personal touch. I always think that this is when you walk in, they've taken something about you that they've discovered upon your check-in, upon your stay, and they've kind of implemented that to put it on your bed so that you walk in and you get surprised by it.
You feel it's personal. Especially, yes, if you're a honeymooner, you would think, oh, it was especially made for me.
Yeah.
If it's a family, then it's specially made for the kids. But the funny thing is that passenger did something. The next morning, he displayed all of these shapes, all of these towels in the different shapes, the ones he found under the bed, for the room service for the cleaners staff to see, with a note saying, "I know what you're up to.
Well, it's
what
like
you've been up to."
Knowing your secret, it's devastating news. I really thought that was done with such a personal touch every time. I'll never believe anything I see in a hotel again, I think. Freddie, moving on to your story. President Trump had teased us with a huge announcement today, and I think we all had been on tenterhooks, only for it to be revealed and to be far less exciting than we expected. Tell us more.
Well, it was quite a lot of excitement on social media in America last night and in Washington circles, because the White House put out a statement with the usual sort of schedule for the day, and it said at 2 o'clock the president will make a statement, and it didn't say anything about it. And there have been all these wild theories going around about Donald Trump's health in recent days. It seems it's mostly quite spurious stuff, but there's a lot of theories that he's about to have a serious operation, that there's something really wrong with him. Some people even suggesting he might be about to resign. And so the internet kind of went wild with what he might possibly announce. But of course, Trump being Trump, it was merely to hype the announcement of something very Trumpy, which is that he wants to move Space Force, which is the space command that he set up in his first term. He wants to move the headquarters from Colorado to Alabama, and he wanted to do this in his first term for, among other reasons, the fact that Alabama is a very strong pro-Trump Republican voting state, and Colorado is not. Joe Biden, when he was president, for exactly the same reason, stopped that move from happening. But now it seems he's just announced it's going ahead. And Space Force will be headquartered in Alabama. Rocket City will be in Alabama. And given that Alabama doesn't have a reputation or much of an economy in terms of tech and high-tech productions, it's probably pretty good news for Alabama.
Now, you do have to wonder, because it's been 6 days, which, by the way, the longest stint since Donald Trump has taken office. 6 days between him making any sort of announcement, and taking aside that Labor Day was over the weekend and he may have had a couple of days out to play some golf and he's been recuperating. To tease us with an announcement and then for it to be something so lackluster is very in keeping with this administration and how they like to play ball, right?
Well, exactly. And I mean, it's also a reminder that certainly the first 6 months of this Trump presidency was so breakneck, and you had this 78, 79-year-old man, doing stuff that most mortals would find very, very difficult, and it was kind of impossible for journalists to keep up with everything that was going on. And I would say in the last couple of months things have slowed down a little bit, and that's why people have started to question his health, and there have been these photographs of his bruised hands and his swollen ankles and so on. And of course, there's a lot of Democrats who are very angry about the way that Republicans took a lot of joy in Joe Biden's very obvious physical and mental decline. So there's a bit of revenge going on there in the Trump news.
Did you buy into any of it, Rawi, when you saw online all of this speculation about President Trump's hands, keeping in mind that he's 79 years old? When you hit that age in life, you just bruise automatically. You look at something sideways and you bruise.
It did cross my mind, because there was a lot of a lot of videos, a lot of social media posts that predict that something is going to happen to Trump, and they were giving dates, and all of that. So it crossed my mind, but then I thought, I doubt it.
It just seems, again,
I doubt it.
It's looking for a headline that may or may not be there. And I don't think with Donald Trump, you don't have to wait very long. He'll make the headlines.
Not just that. He is an old man. He's a 79-year-old man, yet he seems to be immortal.
Well, in saying that, something like a bruise in his hand, hardly a cause for concern. The concealer that was on there as well. My parents are in their 70s. That just tends to be something.
Yes, it's part of old age.
Yeah, it just seems to be something that happens. But Freddie, the media love any excuse to jump on a Trump story, and certainly something if they can take what may look like a positive on the front and then turn it into a negative. They just seem to love a bit of that.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's not that Donald Trump makes the news. To a large extent, he is the news now. And probably while we're talking, he said something completely outrageous that's going to be a national story tomorrow, international story tomorrow.
I can't find it, but he just announced, as we correctly predicted, that it was the move to Huntsville, Alabama. And aside from that, no mention of anything else. So the Epstein files, the LA continuation of that from a couple of months ago, none of that has been referenced. So
what an anticlimax.
Tomorrow is...
Give them a moment.
Tomorrow's another day for that. Well, that's all from us on W News Extra for this evening. I want to say a huge thank you to our guest, Arabiya's senior presenter, Rawia Alami, in the studio. And, of course, deputy editor of The Spectator, Freddie Gray, in London. As always, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X. And G&T with Tom Burges Watson is on the way next. Thank you and goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and today our focus is on India and the continuing fallout from the tariffs imposed by the US Trump administration. We'll also be speaking to a leading Indian MP, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, and the former Indian ambassador to the United States about that situation. Plus, we'll speak to the former NATO Secretary-General Alessandro Minuto Rizzo about the situation in Ukraine and how he rates the chances of peace being brokered by President Trump. We'll also be discussing the overall security situation in Iraq with a special advisor to the Iraqi Prime Minister. All of that to come on GNT Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin in China, where the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been emphasising his commitment to improving ties with Beijing. Well, this comes as relations with the United States continue to sour. Well, experts say US-India relations are at their lowest point in 25 years. So bad, in fact, that it's been reported that Prime Minister Modi is refusing to take calls from President Trump and has done so for more than 2 months now. Well, President Trump recently imposed a 50% tariff on Indian goods and called trade ties with India a totally one-sided disaster. Well, let's get more analysis now. We can speak to Dr. Shashi Tharoor, who is an Indian MP for Lok Sabha, who joins us now from New Delhi. Dr. Tharoor, thank you very much for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I want to start by talking to you about the summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is being held in the Chinese city of Tianjin. And at that summit, I'm sure you saw the pictures, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi holding hands with President Putin, talking about a special relationship. What do we read into that, and what's the message the Indian Prime Minister is sending out to the world here?
Well, look, I mean, to begin with, it's his first visit to China in 7 years, which is a message in itself. There has been, as you probably are aware, a rather deep sort of freeze in our relationship, which really sunk to a nadir back in May of 2020, May and early June, when the Chinese, in an unprovoked confrontation on the line of control, the undefined frontier between the two countries, killed 20 soldiers, Indian soldiers. And that was a huge incident, as a result of which India froze flights to China, cut back on a number of contacts, canceled a number of Chinese investments, reduced Chinese visas, banned TikTok in India, all sorts of things. And there was a deep freeze that went on till about late last year, when roughly around October of 2024, a series of meetings at the foreign minister level and the national security advisor level began a slow thaw. But that thaw had barely got underway when the conflict with Pakistan saw China arraigned completely on Pakistan's side, and that in turn again was a setback. But I think in the meantime, two things have happened. The SCO was an opportunity to attempt to continue with the thaw that had begun last year, and I think the government saw it as such, and Mr. Modi might well have chosen to go anyway and accept that invitation. But then Mr. Trump's tariffs, which have been absolutely stinging on India. We are the most tariffed nation in the world alongside Brazil. 50% is what Indian exporters are being charged for their goods. And as a result, companies are having orders cancelled. Factories are laying off workers. We're having quite a serious impact in India. At that point, the imperative need to shore up relationships with other countries, other investors, other markets became much more urgent. So I think you've got a complicated message. And you know, one is seeing in this a sort of pivot from confrontation to conversation between India and China. As for Russia, Mr. Putin was also there, that's a long-standing relationship. It's had minor ups and downs, but I think by and large it has been a steady relationship. The main difference in recent years has been that India has gotten closer to America and Russia has become more dependent on China, particularly after the Ukraine war. And that was likely to have created a bit of estrangement, slightly, between India and Russia. But now in the revised circumstances, I think there's no talk of estrangement. There's only warmth and friendship. Mr. Modi has been to Moscow last year. Mr. Putin is coming to New Delhi later this year. And I think we're looking at a change. So India is clearly shoring up its relationships with old friends and would-be new friends in Russia and China, respectively, particularly as a bulwark against all the uncertainties that the Trump tempest has unleashed on India in recent weeks.
Okay, well, let's talk a bit more about that Trump tempest and these new friends. So President Xi and President Putin have been holding talks on the sidelines of that conference in China with your Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And there are these concerns in Washington that this trade standoff is having the effect of drawing India closer to those two countries. And it sounds like you believe that is, in fact, partially the case.
I think it's partially the case. I don't think either country would actually situate it in that context. But for anyone looking at it, it's inescapable, the context. Given the fact that the thaw that, as I mentioned, began late last year had already slowed down because of the stepping back as a result of the conflict with Pakistan, in which China offered real-time military assistance to Pakistan, as well as diplomatic support in the Security Council and elsewhere. Given all of that, things were not exactly thawing the way they might have. And had Mr. Trump not done what he'd done, there would certainly have been a slightly more formal, slightly more distant approach. But I think right now India understands, number one, that it needs China as it needs many other countries. And China understands that this is not a bad time to be talking to India, because India is approaching it from a position of weakness, from, as we say in cricket, from being on the back foot. And I think that's something which gives each side an incentive to do some serious talking.
I think there are going to be some more cricketing analogies as the conversation goes on, because you've written a piece that is riddled with cricketing analogies and metaphors. Yeah. But we're going to come back. We're going to come to that. We're going to come to that in just a moment. But I just wonder what.
But I mean, just to add to what we were saying, Tom, Indian pilgrims have started returning to Hindu and Buddhist sites in Tibet. Direct flights are resuming. They've been announced already. Therefore, visa restrictions are also easing. And both nations are orchestrating a flurry of high-level exchanges to formalize this thaw. So I think that there's clearly a shared intent to move beyond the recriminations of the past and to reimagine the relationship. So though the fault lines have been more apparent than the possible areas of convergence, India and China are certainly both making steps towards each other.
Okay, let's talk about the underlying causes of this spat with the United States. The Trump administration accuses Russia of selling oil to countries like India and China as well, using these dark fleets. And that money is funding Russia's war effort in Ukraine. I want to ask you, is that happening? And is, in your opinion, Washington justifiably irritated that that's happening?
Well, absolutely. It is happening. The 50% tariffs kicked in on the 27th, just after midnight, or the 26th night of August in American time. So we've actually been under those sanctions for 5 or 6 days already. But I do want to say that it's completely unjustified for multiple reasons. Number one is, of course, that who you trade with is a sovereign decision of any nation. No one in America would allow anybody to presume to tell them whom they can and cannot trade with. And the only constraint that India or any other sovereign nation has historically been willing to observe is of the UN Security Council sanctions a particular country. Then it's where all as UN members expected to go along with that. But there is no UN sanction on Russia. Secondly, there is the fact that the EU is actually purchasing far more from Russia. In other words, they're sending more dollars to Russia than India is. We spend about $53 billion on Russia, basically oil and gas. The EU spends $67 to $68 billion every year, I'm talking of last year's figures, on a whole variety of other items that they buy from Russia. Thirdly, China buys far more oil and gas than we do. But America can't dare to sanction China with an extra 25%, because they know that the Chinese can withhold rare earth magnets and other vital materials and God knows what else that the American economy needs. And so the problem with India is that India essentially is unable to conduct any reprisals against this punitive or vindictive action by America, because the only way we can do so would be to hurt our own producers, who are already hurting in terms of those items that the Americans have sanctioned. Because there are a couple of items that we are selling the Americans that have not yet had a tariff slapped on them. One is pharmaceuticals. We are the world's leading supplier of pharmaceuticals, even more than China. And so the average American going to his pharmacy for his headache remedy may have a bigger headache if the prices go up. And so they've been hesitating to sanction or tariff Indian pharmaceuticals so far anyway. And the other one is the electronics. We manufacture 60% of the Apple iPhones sold in America. 60% of the Apple iPhone 17 was slated to be shipped from here. And that's going to be something which I think would complicate relations not only with the American consumer, but also with this major American company. So they're going to still work that out. But those two things are still not tariffed. Everything else, all our leather goods, our textiles and garments, our seafood exports, shrimp and so on, and our gems and jewelry, where India was a world leader in terms of affordable gems and jewelry, diamond cutting and polishing, jewelry design, all of that. All of those have already taken a very bad hit from the initial 20%, 25%, and now the additional 25% sanctions. So that's 50% already. There's stories of 150,000 Indian gem and jewelry workers being laid off in Mr. Modi's home state of Gujarat. So it really does hurt. Real people are losing real jobs because of the temper tantrum from Washington.
Okay, I mean, you've described the sanctions as stinging sanctions, and you paint a picture there of a situation in which livelihoods are being severely affected by decisions being taken in Washington and by the Indian government. I mean, what does the Indian public make of all of this? Do you get the impression there's growing anger? Is that a risk?
Oh, yeah, no, there's very serious anger because the Indian public, don't forget, after 200 years of colonialism, Tom, we are not prepared to be dictated to by any foreign power. It's just, our strategic autonomy has been a fundamental tenet of our foreign policy under all governments. And we've had various parties in office at various times. No one has moved under. No one has buckled under strategic dignity matters to us. We are consistently championing a rules-based international order, unilaterally imposing tariffs, especially telling you who you can and cannot buy oil or anything from, flies in the face of our principles. We will not surrender our right to conduct our foreign policy based on our national interests. So I think you will see from India, with massive popular support, strategic resolve and diplomatic firmness. I mean, we value our partnership with the US, but our foreign policy choices are non-negotiable and can be dictated solely by our national interests. I think we'll continue negotiating with the Americans in trade negotiations if they're willing to talk. They actually suspended the last round on the 25th of August, where an American trade delegation was due in Delhi to continue trade talks, and they decided not to come. So if they don't want to talk, then they can't be a negotiation. But otherwise, we will be happy to negotiate with them, but we won't compromise on some issues that matter to us. For example, in a democracy like India, anything that is seen as harming the interests of our 700 million farmers or 700 million people living off agriculture is simply a non-starter for any elected government.
Okay.
The farmers represent an extremely powerful voting bloc in the country and across the country. So we will not grant market access to much of our agricultural sectors, and the Americans better understand that if the price of that is they're going to give us some unreasonable tariffs, well, then they'll simply end up losing our products. It's as simple as that. There's also been pressure on data localization. We're not convinced we need to do that. So there's some issues. I think there are other things we could have negotiated. If Americans want to sell us Cadillacs, luxury automobiles, I suspect that we're willing to give a little bit on that because it's a very small market for that kind of car, and it won't be upsetting the entire sort of Indian marketplace. I think we can be a little more accommodating of some of the American export interests. Maybe Indians who are notoriously fond of Scotch whiskey might develop a taste for bourbon if we can work out a deal with America on that. So there are that kind of negotiation is always possible. But I must tell you that it's got to be a negotiation. It can't be a unilateral diktat. We know the US is a crucial market, but we're going to be redoubling our efforts to strengthen our trade ties with other significant economies. The EU, we're already negotiating an FTA with the EU. The UK, we've got an FTA concluded last month. Japan, ASEAN, partners in the global south, including Africa. I think we are going to be diversifying a lot more to reduce our over-reliance on any single market and to build resilience against the unpredictable unilateral actions, that kind of thing coming again from Washington. And we'll also have to do something about our domestic competitiveness and strengthening. I think we need to focus on improving our internal practices, our logistics, the cost of doing business, the ease of doing business, the productivity of our labor force. And there are things we can do to get our act together a little better at home. We can't just compete purely on low wages. We need to invest on skills, on technology, on infrastructure. We've got to make our products globally competitive, even in the face of whatever tariffs we finally end up with, which I hope certainly will not be anything like 50, well, should ideally be around or lower than 20. Then we will be able to compete with other Asian countries and other countries generally that are also being tariffed at between 15 and 19% these days by the Americans. That could be fine. And we can also do a strategic review of our own tariff structures to ensure that they're actually serving our economic goals. Mr. Trump keeps complaining that our tariffs are too high. Our average tariffs in America are just 17%. So American tariffs are actually higher on Indian goods than Indian tariffs are on American goods. But we can still look at that. We can see where we can ease things, as I said, on a sector-by-sector, item-by-item basis. Let's see.
Okay.
My own gut feeling about all of this is these actions by President Trump are testing our resolve, testing our proud history of strategic independence, and we're not going to capitulate. We will have to seriously consider how best we respond. And my gut feeling on all of this is we will be able to, but we're not going to sacrifice our strategic autonomy even for short-term economic relief. That would be a betrayal of what every Indian would agree is our national interest. We'll have to stand firm, we'll have to negotiate hard, we'll have to diversify strategically, and we'll have to emerge from all of the Trumpian tariffs as an even stronger and more self-reliant nation. That would be my message, Tom.
All right.
India.
I mean, it sounds. I don't think Americans are very familiar with cricketing terminology. So saying that India is going to dig in for a long innings, which is what it looks like Prime Minister Modi is doing. It sounds like that's what you're advocating. I mean, just putting that in Mr. Trump's more sort of familiar language, the language of baseball, sounds like you advocate playing hardball.
Hardball, but not going for home runs at the first shot. I think we have to recognize that, you know, stealing the occasional base is the best thing we can do, if that metaphor works.
It sounds as though, just reading what President Trump put out on social media last night, on Truth Social, he said India is making concessions. He says they have now offered to cut their tariffs to nothing, but it's getting late. They should have done this years ago. Do you read this as a softening of President Trump's stance? And do you think perhaps those pictures, do you think those pictures in China rattled him?
No, yeah, I think it could well have done. And certainly if he says it's getting late, that means there's still room for compromise. If he says it is too late, that means he's playing hardball. So that getting late is, I think, a fairly encouraging turn of phrase, and it may suggest there's some room for maneuver.
Okay. Are you hopeful that a negotiated solution is going to be found?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Tom?
Are you hopeful that a negotiated solution is going to be found?
Well, look, there are two parts to this particular problem. There is, first of all, the base 25% tariffs, which are higher than most of our competitors for similar labor-intensive items. So you can't compete with Thailand on gems and jewelry, with Vietnam or Bangladesh on garments, with many Southeast Asian countries on seafood exports. At 25, if those countries are only paying tariffs of between 15 and 19, because that gives you a 6% premium that makes it very difficult for Indian exporters to attract their American buyers. Then there's a second 25%, which is the sanctions on India for purchasing Russian oil. I think that second 25% can be waved off by Mr. Trump with a wave of the wand saying we made our point and we'll take it off. Because he's now focused in his yesterday's post on Truth Social only on the basic tariffs, which is the first 25. And there, if we can negotiate down, if we can, we haven't reduced everything to zero, I know, but if we can reduce some to zero and some to lower numbers and come to a compromise with America, maybe we can end up also at a lower number than 25. Maybe we can come to 15, 16, 17. Anything up to 19, I think, would still enable us to compete with other Asian countries who are exporting the same kinds of goods to America. But the sanction 25 is a political policy. He sanctioned us, he hasn't sanctioned China, he hasn't sanctioned the EU. He's got to decide whether the relationship with India is so unimportant to him that sanctioning India by that extra 25 is worth it. If he decides on second thoughts he doesn't want to throw India aside and he wants to preserve the relationship, then I think he can certainly knock the second 25 off, and then the trade negotiators can work out a deal on the first 25. That's the way I see a possible outcome. And it'll all have to happen in the next few weeks because it's already hurting. As I said, people are being laid off right now as we speak.
Okay, we're coming to the end. I just want to ask you, because last time we spoke, it was obviously at the height of the tensions between India and Pakistan. And President Trump has said since then on multiple occasions that he played an instrumental role in helping to defuse that situation and avert, he said, nuclear war. I want to ask how important you think that role was played by the US president and his administration. And what is the state of affairs now with India and Pakistan? How do we avoid a repeat of those sorts of tensions?
Well, on the first one, Tom, as I mentioned to you when we spoke during the conflict, India never needed persuading. India's message was consistent throughout. We're just conducting reprisals against terrorists. That as far as we're concerned, if Pakistan hits us, we'll have to hit back. If Pakistan stops, we'll stop. And from the Indian point of view, the moment the Pakistani Director General of Military Operations called his Indian counterpart and said, look, we want to call this off, India immediately said, we'll call it off. So India never needed persuading. But it's entirely possible that President Trump or people speaking on his behalf persuaded Pakistan, that Pakistan was being belligerent and the Americans said, we don't want this getting out of hand, cool it. And the Pakistanis yielded to Mr. Trump's entreaties, in which case, of course, we're grateful. Everyone wants peace on the subcontinent, India most of all. So I don't think that we would have any difficulty in crediting Mr. Trump for whatever he may have said to Pakistan. But we just wanted to make it very clear that he didn't say anything to us. In fact, he didn't call Mr. Trump between his first condolence call after the terrorist attack by the Pakistani terrorists and his subsequent call to Mr. Modi after they missed each other at the G7 summit in Ottawa, when Mr. Trump cut short his trip and had to miss his meeting, his scheduled meeting with Mr. Modi. Between those two calls, there was no call between President Trump and Mr. Modi. And that's what's important for all of us to make clear. We are not a country that accepts the notion of mediation. Mediation implies equivalence, and we believe there can be no equivalence between terrorists and their victims. There can be no equivalence between a country that incubates terrorism and a country that is on the receiving end of these criminal actions. There can be no equivalent between a revisionist power that wants to upset the entire geopolitics of the subcontinent, change borders, and so on, and a country like India that's a status quo power that wants to get on with its development, get on with its economic growth, and focus on the well-being of its own people. There is no equivalence. And there's no equivalence, there can be no mediation. So we made it very clear that we don't welcome American or anybody else's mediation, but we certainly welcome, and we have great respect for the American presidency. If Mr. President or his officials spoke to the Pakistanis and got them to climb down so that we're now at peace on the border, that's a good thing for everybody. And we are at peace. You asked how things are with Pakistan. There had been no particular new tensions, no new incidents, no new violence, no new shelling, nothing of that sort. So at the moment, the peace that came about at the end of Operation Sindoor is holding, and that's the best we can say. But I don't know what Mr. Trump said to Washington, to Islamabad, and if he's certainly seeking credit for that, he probably deserves it. But as far as India is concerned, he didn't play any role in persuading us, nor did we need any role of persuasion.
Okay, this is my last question to you, Dr. Thoreau. You've been very generous with your time. You've got a huge social media following. Our last interview together delivered an enormous view count. And a lot of your supporters, when I look in the comment section, are asking the same question. Does Dr. Thoreau have prime ministerial ambitions? What's the answer?
Oh, my word. The answer is there is no vacancy. And look, I mean, in a parliamentary system, no one can aspire to any specific job. You aspire to do your best for the constituency that elected you, which in my case is Thiruvananthapuram, which you pronounced so ably when you interviewed me last. And that's where I'm focused. But I have had a long association with world affairs and international questions. I care passionately about them, and I chair the Parliamentary Standing Committee on External Affairs. So I focus on these topics as part of my parliamentary duties, not because of any prime ministerial ambitions. But thank you for asking.
But you wouldn't turn it down?
Oh, come on, don't ask questions that I don't particularly think is wise to answer. But as I said, there is no vacancy. We'll have to talk about real situations and not hypothetical ones, as we've been doing in this conversation.
All right, well, we look forward to continuing the conversation, and we really appreciate your time today. Dr. Shashi Tharoor, thank you very much indeed, sir.
Thank you, Tom. All the best.
Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Navtesh Sana, who is the former Indian ambassador to the United States, also to the United Kingdom. Ambassador Sana, thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. I just want to pick up on what we were talking about there with Shashi Tharoor before we spoke to you. We were talking about the summit of Shanghai Cooperation Organization, which is being held in the Chinese city of Tianjin. And one analyst is quoted as saying that President Trump is rattled by India, China and Russia coming together, and he wants to try and split up this emerging partnership. Do you think that's true?
Well, I can't speak for President Trump, but it's quite possible that the symbolism of the summit and the three leaders meeting together in an obvious situation of some comfort, I think would have disturbed President Trump. I'm not sure that that was the intention of all of them, but it could be a part of the subtext.
Indeed. And I mean, we've seen the pictures, and we were talking about it just a moment ago, pictures of even Prime Minister Modi and President Putin holding hands. They're talking about a special relationship. I mean, do you think India is trying to send a message here to Washington?
Well, two things here. I think one, the India-Russia relationship is not something that is new. I think it goes back much into our history for the last 60 years or so, at least since 1971, it's been a consistent support for India. And we have, held that relationship and we call it time-tested. At the same time, we have been building up the India-US relationship for the last 25 years, and we have managed to successfully carry on both relationships, not always consistently. I mean, there have been ups and downs, but I think it has been in the strategic interest of both Russia and US, as well as India, to keep all these equations going at the same time. Now, what has happened is because of Mr. Trump's actions and statements not only by the president, but people around him, that the trust factor in the India-US relationship has been severely damaged. And obviously, it's not that we are now suddenly reaching out to Russia, but yes, there is an element of signaling here. There is an element of diplomatic theater here, that India has options. India has other relationships. We are not giving up on the US relationship, but we are also reviving and strengthening the others.
Okay, but if I were to put on my American hat, and I'm not American, but the Americans are angered. They say the underlying cause of all of this tension and the reason Mr. Trump did what he did and imposed those tariffs is simple. Russia has been selling oil to China and India using these so-called dark fleets to transport it. And that money is funding Russia's war effort in Ukraine. So don't you think Washington is justified in being irritated, to say the very least?
I think that's a highly inconsistent view. If that was truly Washington's view, they would have imposed higher tariffs on China, which imports much more Russian oil than India did. And by the way, Indian imports of Russian oil have been declining, not because of Mr. Trump's statements, but because the discounts have been going down. As well, I mean, Mr. Trump has not held that view as far as Europe is concerned, which continues to import gas from Russia. So I think that is a sort of a facile view that, India is funding Ukraine's war. I mean, you can't lay the blame of not being able to end the Russia-Ukraine war at India's doorstep.
Clearly, you're watching all of this on playing out and on your television screen and probably remembering with affection your time in Washington. At the same time, you're probably thinking how you might advise President Donald Trump to deal with New Delhi, knowing as you do both cultures extremely well. What would your advice be to him?
I would say that he should go back to Trump 1.0. We made a lot of progress in Trump's first term because India was still being seen through a strategic lens. India was being seen as a crucial linchpin of the Indo-Pacific policy, as a huge market, as a supplier of technically qualified people, and helping a lot of the tech industry in the United States. India is a democracy. India is a pluralistic country and has a lot of fundamental convergences with the United States. It is very odd that all the progress, all the strategic progress that was made in Trump's first term, possibly under the guidance of some of his advisors at that time, has been thrown to the winds in one summer. And it's not just that. This has been a steadily growing relationship, whether the person in the White House was a Democrat or a Republican, ever since President Bill Clinton. I would suggest, hardly in my place to advise a president, but I would suggest to the Trump whisperers that please go back to the drawing board and see that you are actually committing suicide by doing this to the India-US relationship.
And obviously one of the techniques that President Trump uses is obviously he's keen on social media, meaning that quite a lot of diplomatic discussion is carried out in a rather public way, i.e. it gets posted on Truth Social or one of the other platforms. How do you think that goes down in New Delhi?
Well, I think, at one time, this was a sort of attractive disruption to rather old-fashioned diplomacy. Today, it shows that there is no policy in Washington. Today, it shows that there is no analysis in Washington. So if you're announcing major foreign policy initiatives and decisions via tweet, then obviously it hasn't gone through the grill that these serious relationships deserve. So today I'm afraid it's become a mockery of foreign policy relationships. And I think it's not going to help anybody, but most important, it's not going to help the United States.
Okay, any pointers perhaps for your Prime Minister? I don't know if you're in touch with Prime Minister Modi on these issues. Perhaps you're not allowed to say. But would you say there are any techniques that you've noticed that might go down well in terms of bringing about a constructive dialogue with this new administration in Washington?
Well, I think a lot of countries have tried flattery of President Trump. A lot of countries have tried sort of cajoling him by investments and even offers of aeroplanes and all that. I think the time for all that is over. Certainly, it is not in India's DNA to come to the relationship like that. Yes, we can do things to project India's investments. We can do things to meet genuine American concerns. But India will continue, and I don't need to advise anybody. I think I can see it's already happening. India will continue to approach this relationship with patience, with restraint, and with dignity. And we will hope that in the end, a lot of the work that has been done for a quarter of a century will not go waste, because there are fundamental strategic logics and reasons behind that work. And I think once this phase is over, I believe that all phases go over. I think we have to bide our time. And we have to go back to building that relationship which has been built block by block in mutual interest of both countries. It's a very valuable relationship, not just for us, not just for the United States, but I think for global politics.
Indeed, and when we were talking to Dr. Shashi Tharoor before we crossed to you, he used a cricketing analogy, suggesting that India was going to have to pad up to protect itself from what are going to be some quite fast-spun balls heading in its direction. But just turning our eye back to China and that conference that was held there, and yesterday we heard President Xi Jinping talking about global turmoil, tumultuous international relations. He also talked about bullying tactics being used by certain powers, and clearly pointing the finger there at Washington. How much of a chord do you think that struck with Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Do you think he listened to that and thought, this is somebody speaking my kind of language?
Yes, sure. I don't think that was meant for Prime Minister Modi. I think it was meant for President Trump. And I think that is part of the signaling that China in particular is doing as a emerging superpower, as a challenger to the United States, that listen, there is another worldview. I don't think it means that India and China, and in fact Russia there, are sort of teaming up against President Trump as a sort of club. But I think there is that kind of signaling, which at the moment suits everybody. It will not change the fundamentals of the India-China relationship, which we are seeing some amount of engagement. We are seeing some amount of easing of the thaw or improvement in the thaw that started actually last year. It will not remove the fundamental doubts, the fundamental questions of the India-China relationship. So I would desist from seeing this as a great breakthrough, as a major shift in India's policy, as a teaming up or falling into China's arms. I mean, all that, again, is neither true nor helpful.
OK, so you don't seem to be of the view that India's at a crossroads. It's having to choose. Does it turn left towards that China-Russia-led axis? Does it turn? Does it keep going straight ahead and continue with the US collective West, or does it try to find a third way? You would discount all of that.
Well, I don't think these are zero-sum situations. I don't think countries like India, which are not which are actually civilizational powers more than anything else, and it's been a pronounced policy for the last 75 years that our policy is what is in India's interests. We will take decisions on that basis, whether you call it non-alignment, multi-alignment, strategic autonomy. Fundamentally, it means the same. So I don't think that we will be, tilting from left to right and back to left if everything happens well. I think India will use this opportunity to go back to the drawing board, to understand that over-dependence on any country, on any one relationship, be it with the United States, is not in India's interest. And we will continue to see which relationship serves our interest at a particular time. There are certain limitations to each of these relationships, and there are advantages to each of these relationships. And I think Indian foreign policy is fairly experienced. They're old hands at this. And I think they will be able to manage this crisis. It should not be seen as a zero-sum game at all.
And just lastly, Ambassador Sana, I mean, I'm imagining this issue of tariffs is the focus of considerable press interest. It's probably a subject of continued debate on the airwaves there in India. I'm wondering what sort of adjectives people are using to describe the relationship between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Trump, and what public opinion is on all of this. What are people saying?
I think that's a very interesting aspect of things. There was a lot of skepticism in India historically about a very close relationship with the United States, that you really can't trust the United States as a partner. And slowly we have built up that trust. Unfortunately, that trust, as I mentioned earlier, has been severely damaged. The language that has been used for India, and President Trump called India's economy, which is the fastest growing emerging economy, a dead economy. Now that sort of thing doesn't help. We've been called tariff kings, while there are analyses out there which tell you that several other countries are actually much higher tariffs, particularly trade-weighted tariffs, not just simple averages or simple numbers. So I think the feeling here is that we've been let down by the United States, that there is an unjustified attack on India, which is neither related to Russia or to oil, but it seems to be targeting India's rise. It seems to be trying to constrain India's growth. And this has to be taken seriously by us. And I think there's a lot of public opinion, there's a lot of analysis how to handle the tariff issue if the tariffs do stay. I mean, they are being challenged in the American courts. But if the tariffs do stay, how do we handle them? How do we find new markets? How do we do internal economic reforms and bring back manufacturing to India? How do we relieve the pressure on the jobs which will be lost because of falling exports to the United States? So these are questions for the government. They're not easy questions, but I think at the moment it is a sort of, there is a sense of defiance. There is a sense of independence that has been invoked in India. It's an old sort of sense of feeling that when the world discriminates against you, or a particular country discriminates against you for no obvious reason, then we have to turn to our own resources.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Navtev Sana, former Indian ambassador to the United States, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, as well as the Indian Prime Minister, the Russian President Vladimir Putin is also in China at that same summit, while the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is this week holding talks with European leaders in Paris. Well, that, of course, in the context of the ongoing war with Russia. Well, President Putin is in China alongside 25 other heads of state, including North Korea's Kim Jong-un. This as Western leaders look on. Well, in China, President Putin has brushed off claims that Moscow would target Europe if it won in Ukraine. He also said that Russia never had an issue with Ukraine joining the European Union, but made it clear that NATO membership was, in his words, unacceptable. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Alessandro Minuto-Rizzo, who is the former Secretary General of NATO, who joins us now from Rome. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We really appreciate it. We gather that the Ukrainian president is going to be meeting the NATO Secretary General and also the leaders of Germany and the United Kingdom in Paris on Thursday. I think everyone knows that security guarantees are going to be the key topic of discussion. I mean, what's the point of those security guarantees? What's your understanding?
Well, on the one hand, you're right, saying this is a central point. On the other hand, in a diplomatic experience, it's very complicated to have guarantees before an agreement. Usually you have an agreement, and in the meanwhile you discuss the guarantees. We don't know really, in fact, what will be the end game of this war. But so to discuss, if you send troops there or not, is extremely, complicated on one hand. On the other, I don't want to be nasty in any way, because I understand exactly all the difficulties of this crucial moment. But on the other hand, it may also look like, you avoid the real issue, because the real issue is the conditions under which you can have a peace there, which means territory, land, use of the Russian language, the Russian church in Ukraine, and the new government, things of this kind, These things have not been touched up to date. This is very important, So I'm not sure that the if you want me to develop that, to be sure that the meeting in Paris is symbolically important. I agree on that. But the fact that you think about that, in a technical way, to have a European sort of army somewhere in the middle of Ukraine, and even you have to, even logistically, to sustain that over time. And then what, if you have really an hypothetical Russian aggression in a few years, then what? Then this kind of force should fight the Russians. It looks to me a very complicated thing that I'm not sure will see the light of the day in the end. Also because the Russians, I don't think they would agree on this.
Well, in fact, Russia has just today said, having long said they wouldn't accept the presence of Western troops in Ukraine, today President Putin said he thinks that consensus on security guarantees for Ukraine is possible. He did once again repeat that Ukraine would never be allowed to join NATO. But don't you find it slightly bizarre that we have the president of Russia dictating what security guarantees can and can't look like? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, of course. What you say is obvious. I mean, it is ridiculous that you have the aggressor, Mr. Putin, telling the aggressed, what kind of guarantees they should have in the future, and what kind of guarantees they had when they were attacked 3 years ago. So, it's all this is very bizarre from a diplomatic point of view. And also it has the disadvantage, to my mind, to be on television every day, Diplomacy, we know that, all of us, with every country in the world, has always been a very confidential matter. because there are certain things that you can negotiate only in confidence. And perhaps you would only say that outside the smaller group when things are agreed. It is obvious. I'm not saying anything special, So now we have, if we want to go back, we have this, okay, the good news is that we have a beginning in Alaska, a beginning of negotiation. But then you have, in fact, what? The president of Russia going to the United States, he's received full honors. We don't know exactly what kind of concessions he made, if he made concessions. And in fact, he got a recognition on an international point of view that he had never had in the past 10 or 15 years. So it is a big gift that has been given to Mr. Putin. Of course, in diplomacy, you can also make gifts. Why not, But what have we received in exchange of that? Apparently nothing, because this discussion about the meeting with President Zelensky is not going anywhere, as far as we know. And I have the impression, like many other analysts, that in fact, Mr. Trump may skip away at a certain point, say, these guys are too difficult, they are not really willing to make peace, I am the president of the United States, why should I really, involve my country completely, in something which is so difficult, where people don't ask and don't follow my advice. This is also a danger, because in that case, you would have the Europeans who have to take the full responsibility. They're already doing that, by the way, in part. But, having full responsibility of supporting Ukraine. That will be, again, another difficult passage.
So what do you think, what would be your overall assessment of President Trump's efforts so far to broker peace? I mean, do you rate his chances of being able to deliver something as being high, or you think at this stage it looks on the low side?
It is very difficult to answer that. We know that Mr. Trump has a big, confidence in himself, And he says several times, in 24 hours it will be over. If it was not for me, it would never have started, things like that. And then he keeps repeating, if you notice, over time, that, in 2 weeks' time, I will decide what to do if Russia is not, following my advice. But these 2 weeks have been repeatedly passed over and nothing is happening. So in my humble view, in my modest opinion, Mr. Trump is not going to sanction directly Mr. Putin unless he feels really offended personally, which is not likely to happen soon, So he really hopes, I think, that Ukraine gives up. We know, because this is already something that we know, that what really the Russians would like to have, and this is important, the meat of the negotiation, they would like to have not only the land that they occupy at present time, they also want to have this part of Donbass, which has not yet been occupied by them. And that it is very difficult to conquer, by the way. It may take 6 months to a year. So, and Crimea, of course. And then they want the recognition of Russian language. They want the recognition of the Russian church. And they want what they call denazification of Ukraine, which in other words, I think means that Zelensky has to go away. All this is very difficult to achieve. And I don't think, that we are there. There is, if I may continue on this line of reasoning, I think that from this point on, after the delusion, let's say after Anchorage and the summit in Washington, after the delusion, now very much is public diplomacy in a way, what the different parts say publicly. And I think that the Europeans have to be very careful. It is very important for Europeans, I think, to be substantially, yes, continuing to support Ukraine, because it's a good thing to do, but at the same time saying, yes, we want peace, we want agreement, we want a meeting, because from the recent developments I speak about television appearances, of course, not other things. What it looks like is that Trump is telling everybody, you have to meet together, maybe I will come, have to be reasonable. The Russians say, it's all fault of Zelensky. We don't like him. They really don't want peace. And the Europeans, at a certain point, seems to be those who want to continue the war, which of course is not true. But they have to be very careful in terms of what is said outside. I think the Europeans should say, yes, we want peace, we want peace, we want peace, and keep the same position. So it is not easy to attack them, because what is coming up, I think, in public opinion, in Europe, for instance, is that some Europeans at least, some people that would like to continue the war in a way or in another, which I don't think is correct, I don't think it's fair. So there is really a problem of the way the European leaders express themselves. They have to be very careful of that.
Okay, well, one country that's trying to do things its way is NATO member Turkey, which has kept its communications channels open with both Moscow and Kyiv since the start of the invasion, and has been trying to mediate between the two. Do you think the Turkish stand a better chance at this stage than the United States?
I don't know. This is very difficult to say, because it is true that it is certainly an historic fact that President Erdogan has asked many times to be a mediator. There have been meetings in Istanbul, etc. But when the game became, let's say, too large, he sort of stepped away, because the President of the United States said that he wanted to be the person in charge of the entire thing, probably thinking that it was easier than in fact it is, because this is the issue. Probably President Trump thinks that thought that it was very easy to have the two presidents sitting together. But then, we have also very, how can I say, very strange details. Because, for instance, Mr. Witkoff, the representative of President Trump, went to Moscow several times. Last time he went there, and it was before the Anchorage meeting, what came out of the meeting was that the Russians looked like available to give back the Donbass. And in fact, it was a complete misunderstanding. Then we understood that, from what it comes out of the press at least, that Mr. Witkoff had no interpreter. He had to rely on the interpreter of Mr. Putin, which again, in a diplomatic, sensitive negotiation, this is very, how can I say, superficial, if it is true.
Okay, so clearly you're concerned about that. We're coming to the end of this interview, but I just want to ask you, I mean, just today we heard President Putin saying the idea that Moscow poses a threat to Europe is, quote, complete nonsense. And we've also heard from the current NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte that the threat from Russia is increasing every day. Let's not be naive about it, he said. Whose side are you on? Well, I think I know.
Well, if you speak about a possible accession of Ukraine to NATO, I don't think it's in the card, to use Trump language. I don't think it's in the cards because there is no consensus of that. It is certainly unacceptable to the Russians, so it will not going to be there. So no NATO membership. But on the other hand, you can have the European Union. So everybody seems to forget that the path to accession to the European Union is a long one, is a technical one, of course. There are many conditions to be met in terms of things like environment, transportation, whatever. But in the end, there is also a defense dimension which is going to be built in Europe. So Ukraine doesn't come to NATO, but then it comes to Ukraine, to European Union, perhaps in 5 or 10 years' time. It may be part of a European system, including the UK in some way, perhaps. So the Russians would not be happy again. This is the thing.
Okay, well, we'll have to see how events pan out, but we're out of time. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Alessandro Minuto Rizzo, the former Secretary General of NATO. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you to you. It's a very, very complicated issue, very difficult issue, and I don't think that peace is really behind the corner. That's the conclusion that I have for today.
Okay, thank you. Now turning our attention to this region, the Middle East, and Iraq's ruling alliance has put efforts on hold to pass a law that would give sweeping powers to the Iran-backed Popular Mobilization Forces. Well, that's in a bid to ease tensions with Washington. Well, the draft legislation opposed by the United States would have formalized the PMF, which is a coalition of mostly armed groups comprising around 200,000 fighters, as a parallel structure alongside the Defense Ministry. Well, let's cross now to Baghdad, and we can speak to Dr. Hossein Alawi, who is an advisor for security sector reform in the Prime Minister's office there in Iraq. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Dr. Alawi. I just want to start by asking you a very basic question, because we haven't spoken about the situation in Iraq for some time on this channel. And I just want to know what the security situation in Iraq is like today and how it compares to, say, 10 years ago.
Yeah, thank you for the interview. Now the Iraqi stability, the peace bear time, and the Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani to lead the process about the end mission for the global coalition and the transition, the relationship bilateral with the United States, with all countries to participate with Iraqi armed forces before 11 years to defeat the ISIS. Now the military readiness for the Iraqi armed forces is very strong, and the evaluation, the Iraqi Joint Operation Command, it is very good for the Iraqi armed forces, representative from the Minister of Defense and the all ministries and entity in security sector. For also the Iraqi government now it is supported the peace bear time and development the progress after the 3 years to implement many targeting in Iraqi program for the Iraqi government to support it from Iraqi parliament, and the public opinion satisfied for the Iraqi government and the activity for the Iraqi armed forces and the security. It is open the investment bear time now in Iraq, and Iraqi government after the 3 years to lead from the government for Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, $100 billion. It is a good number, after to more activity in security and to transition the state from the war and the peace. For also now it is the stability in Iraq in all provinces, especially in the Liberty Zone, and the control the all border with the neighborhood for the state for Iraq.
Okay, Dr. Alawi, you paint a good picture there of the situation. It seems like things have improved enormously from the times of the conflict with ISIS. There are now, obviously, and you mentioned it there is this process of the US withdrawal from your country. Some are calling for the complete withdrawal of US troops from your country. Do you support those calls?
Yeah, it is a good question. Now we focus the concept in Iraq, the end mission according to join the statement in September 2024, for also implement the all item this deal between Iraqi armed forces and the Iraqi government with the all countries from the global coalition. The ISIS now no threat, and in addition, no priority the threat for the environment security in Iraq. Maybe the drugs the first the threat, because the priority for the national security strategy for Iraq stated in 2025 and 2013. It is classified the ISIS the second threat for the security environment. For also now to more deal with the United States about the new relationship in security sector. In addition, we rebag about the strategic framework between Iraqi government and the U.S. government about to implement and to rebag before the Mosul collapse. Because the global coalition, when Mosul collapsed in 2014, to establish the global coalition from 86 the states and to participate with Iraqi armed forces to defeat ISIS. But in 2017, the Iraqi government and the former the Prime Minister to try to end the global coalition, but the failure in 2017. But continue the Iraqi government former the Prime Minister Haidar al-Abadi, and after that former Prime Minister Adil Abdel Mahdi, and the former Prime Minister Mr. Kadhimi to resolve the problem. But after came to Mohammed Shia al-Sudani as a Prime Minister in 2022 to resolve the problem, because it is obligate and adapt to transition the mission for the global coalition and bilateral to lead the bilateral the relationship with the US, with the UK, with all countries from the Europe countries and the Austria and Canadian and all members for a global coalition. But now to implement two-phase in September in 2025 to leave from Baghdad and Anbar, the advisory board for delegate for global coalition, and in 2026 to the end mission for the global coalition in the KRG area. But we are now to transition the relationship between the all countries bilateral, for also back to agreement with the US, agreement with the UK, agreement with Spain, with Germany, with all countries from the Europe countries about to continue the relationship in defense sector with Iraqi armed forces, also to focus in terrorist group or anything to threat for the security region and the global region.
Okay, I mean, just looking at
global security, sorry.
Sure, I mean, obviously Iraq occupies an extremely important place on the map. And on the western border, you have Syria. On the eastern border, you have Iran. And of course, there have been tensions between the United States and Iran. They've heightened in recent months. There's been a change of leadership in Syria. So a lot has been happening on your borders. I want to ask you specifically with regards to Iran. President Trump wants your Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, to cut off economic and military ties with Iran. What does Baghdad say to that?
Yeah, I think the relationship between Iraqi government with the US government, it is excellent. It is the strategic level now. It is to more deal between them about to continue and strengthen the relationship. And second, the border in Syria have legacy for the 3 generations from terrorist group anytime to threat Iraq. But now, after to arrangement from the Iraqi armed forces to control in this area and to good management from the border guard and to support it from Iraqi armed forces, it is very strong, the border. In addition, now the Iraqi state have a vision about maybe a new initiative in diplomatic initiative to seize the conflict in MENA region, to reduce the tension and to encourage the United States and Iran to reback to more negotiation about to more deal the stability and to seize the tension between them. Also, after to receive the Mr. Mohammed Shia al-Sudani call from French state about to support it, the Iraqi activity, the new initiative or the diplomatic initiative, maybe it is a good opportunity for the region and the global about to resolve the problem. No tension in MENA region about the war claim and the wartime.
Okay, but Dr. Alawi, how would you characterize Iraq's stance with regards to these tensions between the United States and Iran? Would you say Iraq is neutral in those tensions?
Yeah, we hope يعني to reduce the tension between them, because no need look at again the war in the MENA region, because it is not easy to reduce or to control in this phenomena, because Iraqi have a stereotype to 40 years to suffering from the war. For also Iraqi government to support it and to reback the more negotiation between Iran and the United States, but based on the time, based on the government in the Iran and the United States. In addition, we need to work with all powers in the MENA region and the global, especially the French and the UK and any state, to support the new initiative about to reduce the tension in MENA region.
Okay, we were saying before we crossed you, we were talking about this effort to cut the powers of the Iran-backed Popular Mobilization Forces, the PMF as they're called. And Iran and the leadership in Iran is very keen that that group should not be disbanded. And yet when we look at the countries where Iran has influence, some might call it interference, I'm talking about Yemen, Lebanon, previously Syria. I mean, isn't there a sense that perhaps it's better to keep Iran out of your country's domestic affairs?
Now the Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, it is control this phenomena, about to separate it between the factions and the BMF. BMF, it is already, it is have a seat in Iraqi joint operation command. It is obligate any order from the general commander for Iraqi armed forces. But the factions to work, the Iraqi government with all parties and the blocs to collect the Iraqi government about the political dialogue. With the political dialogue, it is success. After the Gaza crisis and influence in 2023, influence on the Iraqi environment directly, but the Iraqi government, it is success with uses the blocs and parties in the coordination framework and the state alliance already to members from the all parties in Iraq to support the Iraqi government and to support the Prime Minister to more dialogue and to resolve the stability. And now, after 2 years, it is stability. We hope to continue, because if you to resolve the problem in MENA region and to reduce and seize the tension in the claim MENA region, it is reflect good and reflect directly on the stability and to support the stability in Iraq.
Okay, I just want to ask you lastly, I mean, you mentioned a bit earlier on about Mosul, that city in Iraq that was under control of militants for some time. And in the last couple of days, we've seen your Prime Minister there inaugurating a new airport in Mosul. This was, of course, an airport that was destroyed by ISIS. We've also seen the reopening of a key mosque there in Mosul, the Al-Nuri Mosque. I'm just wondering how symbolic those two events are in sort of really illustrating the extent to which Iraq has reconstructed and rebuilt itself.
By the way, the first, thank you for international community to support my country about rebuilding the Nuri Mosque and opening from yesterday the Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani with the governor for the Nainawa. In addition, I think it is a good sign, about to debate ISIS and to reback the stability in Iraq and the MENA region, and we hope to continue the stability in the MENA region, because it's very important, the activity and to counter violent extremism and enhancing to more cooperated in MENA region, about to focus the economic, to more cooperated about many projects in this sector. In addition, we hope to continue to debate terrorist group in the MENA region in the world, because we need to remove this culture. We need to encourage the culture for to cooperate between all countries, in addition to reflect in the youth in the MENA region, because it's very important to look at the new model about to rehabilitation from the war for the development progress. Also, the Iraqi government now, it is continue to support this activity in the region and the world.
All right, well, we're going to have to leave there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you speaking to us, and we wish you and the Iraqi government all the best with those reconstruction efforts. Dr. Hussein Alawi, thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
A deal is on the table. Netanyahu should take it. That's reportedly the advice from Israel's defense chief. But can the Prime Minister be swayed? His expanded Gaza operation is continuing despite pleas from hostage families, international pressure and the declaration of a famine. Is he putting the hostages and civilians at risk? Join us for the debate on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. A recent airstrike on the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis has significantly increased domestic and international pressure on Israel. 20 people were killed, including 5 journalists who were at the hospital reporting on an earlier attack. It comes just 2 weeks after 6 journalists were killed near a hospital in Gaza City. Now, in a statement on social media, the Israeli Defense Force said, and I quote, that it regrets any harm to uninvolved individuals. It went on to say it does not target journalists as such. But is it doing enough to mitigate civilian casualties? It's these kinds of large-scale and seemingly indiscriminate bombings that have some families of the hostages worried. They say Netanyahu's Gaza City offensive is a death sentence for their loved ones. The IDF Chief of Staff is being quoted as saying, "There is a deal on the table. We need to take it." Coming up on this episode of Counterpoints, we'll ask, will the Gaza City offensive put hostages at risk? Is the operation a negotiating tool for Israel? And is Israel doing enough to prevent civilian deaths? Stay with us. Before we get into this episode's debate, we have a special interview to bring you. Joining Counterpoints is Ruby Chen. His son, Itai Chen, is an Israeli US-German citizen. The IDF soldier was taken hostage by Hamas on October 7. He's one of 50 captives still being held in Gaza. Mr. Chen, your willingness to discuss such a sensitive topic is greatly appreciated here on Al Arabiya English. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
First of all, let's start with you and your family. How is everyone, and how are you dealing with these intense emotions that have now gone on for 22 months?
Yeah, we're not in good shape. When this started, we thought we were in a sprint, trying to get our kid back home. But we did not know that it was not a sprint, but actually a marathon. And even today, any marathon that you participate in, you know how to pace yourself to get to the finish line. Here, we do not know where that finish line is, and therefore it is even more difficult to process and to understand what is the next best action for us to do today, the next hour, the next minute.
It must be unbearably painful, and you've spoken in the past in reference to earlier phased hostage release deals about feeling as if your son Itai had been forgotten. Do you think the initial hostage deals were a mistake?
Well, I think the mediators, well-intended, I think after 22 months have not been successful because there still is a humanitarian crisis of hostages in Gaza, as well as the fact that Palestinian people living in Gaza also are in a humanitarian crisis and are being used as human shields where fighting is going on in populated areas. And I think that the international community as a whole has failed us. I feel sometimes that we are collateral damage, for lack of a better term, because we're just simple people, both us and those people in Gaza that do not have a voice, and we're just stuck in this.
What about the current proposal from the mediators that's on the table? Hamas has agreed to it. Do you think Prime Minister Netanyahu should take it?
So I think here as well, we are in a domain of inaccurate information. We do not have the full picture. I could share with you that I have urged the Qataris to go public and be able to convey exactly what Hamas said yes to, what were their conditions, and let it be known to the international community what Hamas is willing to accept, and why at the moment it seems that we are on the verge of another vicious cycle of fighting, and where is that international intervention to prevent from that happening?
Do you think that expanded fighting that you're referring to there, the Gaza City operation, do you think it will put the hostages at greater risk, or do you think it could get them out?
So, this is a question that is in dispute also within the Israeli society. We see that the President of the United States is backing the Prime Minister of Israel that believes that this is the way to get all the hostages out. But again, we live in a time of unknown information that is not pleasant to us, and it's very difficult for us to be able to articulate a position. But I feel again that the bottom line is the bottom line, and this has not changed. 22 months, 687 days. This has been going on for too long. And so many people have been killed. Hostages that we know were alive, 42 of them have been killed in captivity. And we still have 50 hostages. And the question is, what is required in order for us to be whole again as families, and also end that suffering that is in Gaza as well? And I, for the love of God, do not understand. We are all children of God. We walk this planet together. There are some basic principles that we all, as human beings, need to adhere to, regardless of your religion. And I don't understand why, for 22 months, we have not been able to find a compromise that A, allows the hostages to come out, B, end the suffering of the people in Gaza, and be able to find some sort of better future. We have paid a very significant price for that savage attack of Hamas on civilians. And I think that we have all had enough of that, and we need to find a better way for a better path for the future.
Can you describe your interactions with the Israeli administration? Do you feel heard? Do you feel represented? And has that been constant, or has it changed since the initial phases of the war?
So I'm also a U.S. citizen. So as a U.S. citizen, we have a comparison. So from the United States, State Department has provided us a platform. It's called SPIHA, Special President Envoy for Hostage Affairs. It's unfortunate, but at any given moment, there are dozens of U.S. hostages being held against their will in many places. So with them, we have a very ongoing conversation. There's a weekly call. We, of course, have well, it shouldn't be as a given, but we have unique access to the White House and to the administration. I feel from the Israeli side, yes, the magnitude is much different. And at the beginning, they needed to set up some sort of infrastructure. At the moment, there is an infrastructure, but when it comes to sharing information about exactly what's going on and what are the plans, then we are just as much in the dark as the media. Well, we do not get accurate information. And as you've been asking me, it's very difficult to form an opinion when it's based on only partial information. We only know the bottom line. And that is that my son has been missing for 687 days. Hamas, which is, very unfortunate that this is the path that they have decided, but they have not to this day provided any acknowledgement that Itai is in their possession, and B, what his physical status is. And this is against many international treaties that discuss about people missing in areas of conflict, and there's some basic conduct that has been passed by the UN and other humanitarian organizations that any organization needs to agree to, and they have denied doctors coming in, any type of medical attention. And again, I asked the international community, why is that legitimate? And why is there not a larger outcry? And again, I also speak on the Palestinian side. I think there are people that are starving. We could argue, is it because of a distribution issue that Hamas takes a lot of that and then they sell it on the black market? But it is a problem. And why is there no international intervention that puts an end to this?
It is of such a painful position that you're in. We appreciate you taking the time to speak to us, to express your experiences and your concerns. Ruby Chen, father of IDF soldier Itai Chen, thank you very much for joining us here on Counterpoints.
Thank you for having me. God bless, and let's put an end to this.
Well, let's turn to our debate now and discuss the latest on Israel's Gaza offensive. I'm joined by Ksenia Svetlova, the Executive Director of ROPES, the Regional Organization for Peace, Economics and Security. She's also a former Knesset member. Also joining our panel, Professor Mekhaima Abusada, visiting lecturer at Northwestern University, and before that, he taught at Al-Azhar University in Gaza. And rounding out our panel, Jake Wallace-Simons, Telegraph columnist, broadcaster and author. Thank you all for joining me here on Counterpoints. Now, despite domestic and international criticism, the Israeli government remains adamant that the only and perhaps the best way to defeat Hamas is to take full control of Gaza City. Now, France's President Emmanuel Macron says the offensive would be a true disaster, and I quote, and according to Germany, it is, and I quote again, increasingly difficult to understand how these actions will lead to the freeing of all the hostages. So if we focus on the Gaza offensive first, Jake, let's start with you. Will the Gaza City offensive put hostages at greater risk, or will it make them safer?
Well, that is a question which is at the heart of all this and is extremely difficult to answer. There's difference of opinion in the political leadership of Israel and in the IDF and, of course, around the world. I suppose the real question is that this war will not end until those hostages are freed. And obviously the decision that the Prime Minister made was that military pressure is the only way to force Hamas either to release them or at least to return to the negotiating table. We've seen over the last almost 2 years of this war that every single hostage deal has arisen because of military pressure applied to Hamas, leaving their backs against the wall. That's when concessions can be got out of Hamas. Unfortunately, when that military pressure is lifted, Hamas just is unresponsive and wishes to just carry on holding the hostages forevermore. So I think that is the decision made by the Prime Minister. Of course, as you alluded to, it's a very contentious decision. It's not one that everybody agrees to, and nobody has a crystal ball. Nobody knows how this thing is going to play out. But I think it just speaks of the desperation, really, of Israel as the world turns against it to get this war done, get their people back and defeat Hamas.
Mikhaima, what do you think? Is this Gaza City offensive going to be more risky, or is it a way to force Hamas to negotiate?
Well, many thanks, Melinda, for hosting me, and hello to everybody, to Jake and Ksenia. Well, it's a very good question. Let me say that there are efforts which are basically done by Egypt, the main mediator, and also Qatar to try to broker a ceasefire, even though it's a partial ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which would allow the release of 10 Israeli hostages and roughly more than half of the dead bodies. But unfortunately, the Israeli cabinet has basically stalled on that. They haven't said yes, they haven't said no. And what we hear is that there are Israeli preparations for the advancement into Gaza City. And it seems to me that the Israeli cabinet has made its mind that they are going to conquer what they call it, the capital of Hamas, which is Gaza City, which is housing roughly about 1 million Palestinians now. Now, I do really hope that Israel will rethink its position, will rethink its plans to take control over Gaza City and the whole of the Gaza Strip. But if Israel goes along with its military preparations and its military advancement into Gaza, it seems to me that that's going to be a very difficult call. Looking at what has happened over the past 22 months since October 7th of 2023, there were incidents in which the Israeli army came closer to rescue those Israeli hostages, and I think there were clear instructions to the guards, the Hamas guards who are guarding those Israeli hostages, to kill them. Unfortunately, there was an incident, or more than one incident, in which some of these Israeli hostages were killed by their guards, and there were many incidents in which some of those Israeli hostages were killed by the Israeli army. There was an incident in Shuja'iyya in which 3 Israeli hostages were shot and killed by the Israeli army, even though they were raising a white flag. There were also other incidents in which some of those hostages were killed inside the tunnel. So the life of those Israeli hostages will be definitely in danger if Israel advances into Gaza City or other areas of Gaza, which could be the middle area of Gaza after Gaza City.
Ksenia, what's your take on, if we focus specifically on the safety of the hostages first, we're going to come to the ceasefire a little bit later. What's the sense you're getting? I mean, there's been a lot of criticism that this is going to put the hostages at more risk.
Well, Melinda, for tomorrow, Tuesday, in Israel, a day of disruption is scheduled. And this move is being led actually by the families of the hostages. The families of the hostages are fearful for their lives, of their loved ones. They believe that Netanyahu's government is not about to release during the takeover the Gaza City, but it actually has a different idea in mind, a different goal in mind, which is completing the control over the Gaza City, perhaps for the sake of creating, I don't know, settlements in northern Gaza in order to appease the right-wing ministers. So as just my friend Hammer just said now, a chilling example of the execution of the hostages by Hamas when they felt that the IDF forces were near them. Well, we just marked a 1-year anniversary of the murder of the 6 hostages. And, I still remember very much their names being included time and again in a possible deal where they could be released. Well, not a perfect deal, but a partial deal is now on the table. It was confirmed by President Trump, who indicated that Hamas is ready to free 10 hostages immediately. We can save 10 lives, or we can sacrifice 10 lives. So this is a question, I think, that, that's the most important question, I think, not only for me, for many, many Israelis. This is the essence of this war. The hostages need to go back. Only after that, Israel will be able to breathe again and to rebuild itself again, to restore its inner security. Without that, there could be no sense of security without getting the hostages back alive, not as bodies.
Jake, what do you make on one thing I pick up from what Ksenia was saying there is this idea that even though the Israeli government says it is going to take control, but it doesn't want to govern Gaza City, it doesn't want to annex the region, this is purely to root out Hamas from its tunnels. Can you see a concern from some people that maybe that's just all words and this occupation could go further? Is that a concern?
I can certainly see that there are those concerns, particularly amongst on the left and in the international community. I mean, look, there are people who've been saying that Netanyahu has been wanting to resettle Gaza even from before the war. There are people who characterise him as one of the far-right ministers in his government. But in truth, he doesn't share those views, as far as I can see. He does have those far-right ministers in his government, which is unfortunate, and I certainly hold no sympathies for them. But it seems to me that they don't have the final say over the operations of his government. Now, look, this is just a subjective judgment call. People who hate Netanyahu, think he's corrupt, think he's wrong, think he's a warmonger, will say that this is just a disingenuous attempt to occupy Gaza and take control of it, settlement by stealth. People who have more time for him, who can see the predicament that he's in, trying to lead a war-torn and beleaguered country to victory over a ruthless enemy that began this war, have more time for him. Personally, I tend to give him the benefit of the doubt. Again, I have no candle for those far-right ministers, but I think that it will be quite a big accusation to say that he is prolonging this awful war with the blood of tens of thousands of people on his hands, effectively, just for his own political survival and at the beck and call of those far-right ministers. I don't feel that is correct. I think he is doing his best to get the hostages freed and to end this war by defeating Hamas. But again, it's a judgment call, and this is a very tragic and painful situation for all concerned.
Mukhaima, what do you think of that? Is he prolonging the war for his own political survival, or does he have a long-term strategy in mind?
Well, Melinda, as I stated earlier, there is a ceasefire proposal which was put forward by the American presidential envoy Steve Witkoff a few months ago, and this deal was, so to speak, redefined by Egypt lately, and Hamas accepted that deal about a week ago. Now, I totally disagree with Jake that Netanyahu is not basically using the hostages for prolonging the war and also for his own political survival. If the Israeli opposition, leaders of the Israeli opposition like Yair Lapid, Benny Gantz, Avigdor Lieberman, and also the families of the Israeli hostages are all saying that there is a deal, this deal can be implemented, even though, as I mentioned earlier, this is a partial deal, which can become an end game or a comprehensive deal. But it seems to me that Netanyahu, who is being under pressure by some of the right-wing ministers in his own cabinet, like Smotrich, the Minister of Finance, and also Itamar Ben-Gvir, Minister of National Security, they basically are threatening Netanyahu to withdraw from the current coalition government if Netanyahu strikes a deal, a partial deal that will put a ceasefire for about 60 days. So basically, it seems to me, and as I mentioned, this is not me saying that, leaders of the Israeli opposition, families of the hostages are basically saying that Netanyahu is basically not listening, and even Benny Gantz offered to join the current coalition government to basically stop the right-wing ministers Ben-Gvir and Smotrich from blackmailing Netanyahu and the current coalition government. But unfortunately, we will have basically to wait and see how the Israeli cabinet is going to decide tomorrow, because supposedly there is a meeting for the Israeli cabinet tomorrow, and they will decide whether to send an Israeli delegation somewhere. They haven't decided whether it's going to be in Cairo or Doha to negotiate for the latest Egyptian proposal for, as I mentioned, a partial ceasefire.
I'm going to come to the ceasefire in just a moment, but before I move on to that, Ksenia, I just want to ask you, we've heard from former defense bosses who've questioned whether Hamas can actually be destroyed. I mean, if you take a look at ISIS, they may have been defeated, but they're certainly not gone. Is the Prime Minister fighting a losing battle here?
Well, unlike my colleague here, Jake, I absolutely believe that Netanyahu cannot be trusted with the decision-making at the current point. Yes, because there are too many circumstances that make his decision not pure. And yes, this is the criminal court against him. And yes, this is his dependence on the extreme right ministers. Many unprecedented things that he did not support before are actually happening now, like the decision, for example, to support the construction of the settlements in the E1 zone. He was himself against it, and now he supports it. So the situation changes, and this is very fluid. So I think that the very elusive promise that he made in the beginning of the war to eradicate Hamas fully, what does it actually mean? Because if the war will continue, well, you know, the last Hamas terrorist will be born tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, because they will recruit more and more and more. And they will hold the guerrilla fighting. And yes, they will be weaker than will still exist. If he promises to have Gaza clean from Hamas control, yes, that can be achieved. This is definitely a goal that could be achieved. But listen, this deal was on the table by November 2023. It was proposed by President to bring back the Palestinian Authority, to bring the Arab armies that for the first time, you know, as much as I can remember, Egypt, Jordan, other countries offer to have peacekeeping forces inside Gaza Strip and to help Palestinian Authority to have a grip over Gaza. So this is a goal that actually can be achieved. But since, again, you know, we have this impossible situation in which Netanyahu cannot have any kind of partnership with the Palestinian Authority. He is waging a war against them for the last 10 years. I was in Knesset when he started this campaign against Abu Mazen personally. Before that, it was okay, but since 2015, he became a persona non grata and then a terrorist. Yes, so that's why he continues the war. And he makes this impossible promises of, well, we'll completely eradicate Hamas. And we heard it many times before. So the last bastion used to be the Rafah. We'll take over Rafah and then you'll see everything will change. And Netanyahu himself, the prime minister, said time and again, the victory is just a few steps away. It was said more than 1.5 years ago.
I'm going to come to you, Jake, for a response, but let me just introduce our next section. I want to focus on this ceasefire that we've been alluding to since our discussion began. Israeli aircraft and tanks have been pounding the eastern and the northern outskirts of Gaza City, but ground troops aren't expected to move into the city centre for a few more weeks. In the meantime, Netanyahu has instructed his negotiators to work towards the release of all hostages. So that's no more partial deals. Jake, respond to what some of our panellists have been saying. They question whether Netanyahu should be given the benefit of the doubt, which is your position. What's your take? Is the Gaza City operation just a negotiating tool? Do you think Netanyahu really believes that he can defeat Hamas by taking control of Gaza City?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of points to make really in response. The first one is your one about the Islamic State, about how the supposed impossibility of destroying Hamas. I mean, Islamic State is a great example because they have been destroyed as a political entity. You know, there's no longer a territory called Islamic State. There are no longer those head-chopping videos of James Foley and the other poor people who were killed several years ago. They no longer
command. But that's an ideology. They still exist. I mean, in the refugee camps in Idlib, they're still a concern.
Of course, and, you know, you're right that you can't kill an ideology with a bullet, but you damn sure can get rid of their political power. You can remove them from authority. You can stop them from being a force resembling a light infantry corps, which they did on October the 7th. And then you can begin the process of de-radicalization. You know, we beat the Nazis in Nazi Germany. After we beat them militarily, we de-radicalized Germany and Japan, of course, and that led to those flourishing societies several decades on today. And so it is possible to do that. I'm not saying it's easy. I'm not saying it will be accomplished. I'm saying that it's possible to defeat an evil ideology that holds territory and that threatens you. Now, with regard to the partial deal and releasing 10 hostages or 50 or whatever the numbers are, I can see Netanyahu's position because Hamas is waging a war not really of guns and bullets. It's waging a war of public opinion. It thrives upon the propaganda of hiding amongst civilians, causing civilian casualties when Israel attacks Hamas's positions, and then using that footage of horrible suffering of civilians to evoke public sympathy around the world, to make people forget who started this war, to make people forget who the jihadis are, to make people forget who are prolonging it by keeping the hostages, and instead to reframe this as some kind of quote-unquote genocide, which it isn't, carried out by Israel in an unprovoked way. So they've managed to install this fabrication in the minds of millions upon millions of people around the world, particularly in the West, of course in the Arab world as well. And that is beginning to drive the decisions and the motivations and the positions of leaders around the world who are one by one lining up behind the idea of a unilateral declaration of statehood for the Palestinians. Now, Hamas is playing that game. It's progressing week by week and month by month. Netanyahu can feel it. He can feel that the world is turning against him because it is principally manipulated by Hamas propaganda unfairly and in the hands of this jihadi sort of manipulation. And he knows that time is running out. This thing has got to be finished for that reason, also, of course, for the reason of human suffering, which should be the principal one. Let's not forget that. But the way to get this done is to get the hostages back. Hamas is trying to string it out. It can feel that Israel's on the ropes in terms of international opinion. It can see Israel getting more and more isolated. In terms of the shooting war, Israel is winning. But in terms of the international opinion war, Hamas is winning. And this thing needs to be done. We cannot allow Hamas to string this out further with the blood of the hostages as some kind of price. It's got to be done. And Netanyahu has taken this decision, which again is contentious, but this is the one that he's taken. And I do hope and pray that it works.
Makaima, what do you make to some of those points Jake has just expressed?
Well, let me set the record straight here and just mention a few points here. Jake, while this conflict did not start on October 7 of 2023, this conflict has been going on for decades now as a result of Israel occupying Palestinian land, West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem on June.
It withdrew from Gaza in 2005.
1967. And the Palestinians have been basically struggling for their political rights over the past 5-6 decades. Now, this is the longest modern occupation in modern history. That there is an Israeli occupation over more than 5 million Palestinians who live in the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. And look, even at what has been happening lately, an international conference was basically sponsored by France and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in New York to advance the two-state solution. And the only two countries who are against that basically is Israel and the U.S. And now it seems to me that with continued Israeli settlement expansion in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, and with the settlement plans for E1, that will definitely put the two-state solution behind our backs if Israel continues with that. So, and that's one thing. The other thing, I mean, look, Gaza is a very small territory which is inhabited with more than 2 million people. And I think when you look at the numbers, and that was very much said by the British newspaper Independent on relying on Israeli media outlets, and I think up until May of this year, 2025, they basically documented the death of 52,000 Palestinians. Roughly 18% of those are Hamas militants by names, and the rest of roughly 83% of those Palestinians who were killed are Palestinian civilians, men, women, children, who were basically killed as a result of this ongoing war for the past 22 months. So basically, we don't really know exactly what's happening, and I do really ask that the Israeli government allow international media to go into the Gaza Strip and see what's happening. I mean,
I just want to ask you, Makaima, you talk about the suffering there. This is effectively, the deal that's on the table is effectively the same deal that Israel agreed to back in July. So Hamas could have ended all of this suffering for its own people so much sooner, couldn't it? I mean, they shoulder some of the blame here.
Well, Melinda, this is a very good question. I'm not here trying to defend Hamas. I definitely agree with you. Had Hamas accepted this deal back in July, we would not be in this position again. We would probably, a ceasefire was agreed in late July of this year. But unfortunately, Hamas is trying to maximize its gains, not knowing that's what's going to happen. But it seems to me that the pressure which was put on Hamas lately by the Egyptians, the Qataris, and also by other Palestinian factions made Hamas accept the deal that was on the table on July. Now, again, I'm not saying that Hamas is innocent here. They basically to be blamed for a number of things. First of all, the attack on Israel on October 7, 2023, killing of Israeli civilians, women and children, and that is not acceptable to the Palestinians. That is against international law, and I think that the record is straight forward here.
Okay, again, I'm just going to move us on. I just need to keep an eye on. I just need to keep an eye on the time. So, Ksenia, let me bring you in here. What do you make of both of those positions? I mean, especially Jake's assertion that this could very well be what needs to happen to get Hamas to agree to a deal, that Netanyahu can only play with the cards that he's been dealt.
Well, I can just tell you that for the last 22 months, the demonstrations that are being held in Israel, the slogan that is being used constantly is to release them all, end the war, and release all of them. So the Israeli society that by far supports the ending of the war and release of the hostages by 75 to 80% consistently for the almost 2 years, it demands not a partial deal, but actually the whole deal. It was Netanyahu, though, who for many, many months, he rejected the partial deal. He rejected the full deal. He said, well, I do not want to end the war. We cannot end the war. There were rumors that the war should last for another year, perhaps a year and a half. There were this kind of estimations just a few months ago that, it should last another year. And now when, we understand that the hostages are dying. Have you seen their faces? Have you seen their bodies? They are emaciated. They are dying. And we heard very concerning news from President Trump time and again, who indicated that, despite the news that we are being informed by the IDF and our government, that there are at least 1 or 2 hostages that are dead by now. And they were alive just a few weeks ago. So the time is running out. Hamas is a heinous terrorist organization. And it was people like me sitting in the opposition who in 2017 and 18 consistently, repeatedly said to Netanyahu, to his government, you are doing a huge mistake. You cannot feed the terrorists. You cannot sponsor them with Qatari money. You also cannot do deals with Qatar itself. Yes, it's a dangerous country. It's a supporter of Muslim Brotherhood. Nothing good will come out of it. Nobody heard to us. Nobody heard to me. I wrote articles about it. I spoke about it. And, today when our hostages are dying, I think that any deal is good enough. We need to get them out. I'm not counting on Hamas, to suddenly, prove that they're human or something like this. They are worse than beasts. When we saw the crimes that they did against their own people, first of all, and I covered Gaza as a correspondent also. I was in Gaza many, many times. I met Mukhaimer there at the time. It was even before the, Hamas came into power. And of course, they made heinous, unimaginable crimes against my people. But it doesn't mean that I should allow them to continue killing our hostages. Again, they were, their trust was breached, the trust with the Israeli government, not with Hamas. I did not have any trust with Hamas. For me, they are enemies. But the Palestinian people in general are not my enemies. And I do not agree that with my name, the war will continue without getting the hostages, without eradicating Hamas, and also without basically bringing all of the suffering to an end and bringing security to people of Israel and to Palestinian people. If they will not have security. And yes, Hamas is an enemy. We have to fight against it. But the continuation of the war is diplomacy. This stage never came. I felt that, after a few months of war, it's time. It's time to wrap up and to talk about the day after. Unfortunately, until this very day, there was not one discussion in the Israeli cabinet about what will happen to Gaza after after Hamas will be eradicated. Netanyahu refuses to talk about it, and yes, there are political explanations and circumstances behind that.
Okay. You mentioned, well, we've been mentioning journalists not being allowed into Gaza. We've been talking about civilian casualties. Monday has been particularly deadly for journalists, specifically in Gaza. There's vision of civil defence workers in high visibility vests and journalists in press jackets at the scene of a bombing trying to rescue a photographer when that exact same spot is hit again by a second airstrike. Almost 200 Palestinian journalists have been killed while working since October 7. Jake, I'm going to come back to you again to give you right of reply to what's been discussed and also to ask you, is Israel doing enough to prevent civilian deaths?
Well, that's a big question. I tend to think that this is the main focus of the propaganda efforts of Hamas, to convince the world that Israel is wantonly killing civilians. I mean, if we look at the UN's figures for global conflicts, the global average is for 9 civilians to be killed for every combatant. Israel is averaging about 1.5 to 2. That is better than has been achieved by American and British forces in Afghanistan, in Iraq and elsewhere. So, yeah, I mean, I've spoken to people who fought in Afghanistan and Iraq who've confirmed that. And so I think if you look at the data and the figures, Israel is managing to restrict the civilian casualties. And we know how they're doing it, by issuing evacuation orders in an extensive way, not just by phone calls and leaflets, but also by dropping speakers, by parachutes and so on and so forth, against an enemy that is purposely trying to place civilians in harm's way. There are enough tunnels, or there were enough tunnels in Gaza to house the entirety of the Gazan population and to keep them safe from any bombardment. And yet not a single Gazan civilian was allowed into those tunnels. Why? Because Hamas wants them to get killed so they can be filmed, that footage can go around the world, and that can influence people's hearts and minds against Israel, reconceiving this not as a democratic country fighting for its security against a jihadi enemy, but as some kind of quote-unquote genocide. And, you know, it's important not to rewrite history here. This did start on October the 7th, I'm afraid. On October the 6th, Gaza was not occupied by Israel. There had been no Israeli presence in Gaza since 2005. So this was not a case of Hamas in some way being framed as some kind of resistance. Hamas governed Gaza since just after 2005, 2007, when it took over. So Israel was not responsible for an occupation there. The Palestinians rejected a two-state solution for the first time in 1947. Let's not forget that. When Israel took control of the West Bank and Gaza in 1967, that was in response to an Arab invasion that tried to destroy Israel. And the Arab armies lost. And so let's not reconstruct this as if Israel is the one who's been obstructing peace. The Arab side has been obstructing peace from the beginning, I regret to say, or the Arab leadership, I should say. And we've seen that again in its rejection of the two-state solution on numerous occasions, including in 2008, when it was offered all of its demands. And yet Mahmoud Abbas, who is currently enjoying, by the way, the 20th year of his 4-year term, failed to take that opportunity. So let's not reframe the history as Israel somehow being the genocidal enemy. This is a case of Hamas. You know, you said just earlier that surely Hamas isn't completely innocent. I would say that Hamas is completely guilty. Hamas started this war with that awful barbarism, which has been completely universally condemned correctly on October the 7th, and prolongs it by holding the hostages. Why doesn't Hamas release the hostages? You know, we've heard that the Israeli public wants all the hostages back, and rightly, but that's not something that the Israeli government can achieve. It's something which Hamas can achieve. The responsibility for this war lies with Hamas. Hamas is a cancer in Palestinian society. It must be destroyed. Gaza must be de-radicalized. We need to try to work towards an era of peace and friendship and solidarity between Israelis and Palestinians, but we cannot do that while Gaza remains in the grip of these evil jihadis who keep these awful, these poor hostages emaciated and suffering and starving underground.
Mukaima, your response to that, to Jake's comments specifically that there was no occupation in Gaza and also that they are doing everything they can to limit the number of civilian deaths.
Well, unfortunately, Jake here is talking about Hamas propaganda, but in the meantime, he is basically doing the same propaganda for the right wing in Israel. Let me remind Jake that yes, Gaza, there was no Israeli soldiers. Israel withdrew and redeployed its forces from the Gaza Strip in September of 2005. But Israel, between 2005 until 2023, turned Gaza into the largest open-air prison for more than 2 million Palestinians, where they were locked in from out.
That's not true. That's just not true.
Put under siege by the Israeli army. And second, let's not forget the Oslo Agreement, Jake, put West Bank, Gaza as one territorial entity. You cannot just redeploy from the Gaza Strip and say that you had no more occupation in the Gaza Strip. I mean, occupation continued in the West Bank. Israeli settlement continued in the West Bank. When Oslo was signed in 1993, the number of Israeli settlers were 220,000 Israeli settlers, and now the number of Israeli settlers is more than 700,000 Israeli settlers in the West Bank. So you cannot just basically say that Israel and the Israeli army withdrew from Gaza and there is no more occupation in Gaza. Now we have to basically here set the record straight with regard to what the Palestinian people have gone through over the past 7 decades since their plight in 1948, when more than 2/3 of the Palestinians were expelled from their homeland and became refugees in the West Bank, Gaza, and also in the neighboring Arab countries. It seems to me that we are forgetting the plight and the suffering of the Palestinians. And also, I mean, you asked Jake about what happened today in Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis, and he went on talking about Hamas propaganda. Now, cameras caught that live, for God's sake. The shooting, the killing of Palestinian journalists, Palestinian members of the fire departments who were rescuing other Palestinian journalists, it was caught on camera. Now the Israelis are trying to investigate that, but there is no way to justify shooting at a Palestinian hospital. Now international law is strict forward with that hospitals are to be protected under international law. Now we have to wait and see who gave the orders to launch that attack against the hospital today. But again, I mean, it doesn't seem to me that there were Hamas operatives who were in that scene that we saw on camera today. It just seemed to me that there is no way you can explain why those journalists and why those Palestinian civilians were killed in Nasser Hospital today.
Okay. Ksenia, I'm going to come to you for response, but just quickly, Jake, if you can, because we are running out of time, just a response to what Mukhaima was saying specifically about that vision that we saw targeting people that were clearly civilian rescue workers and journalists at the Nasser Hospital.
Yeah, I mean, he's absolutely right. There is an investigation going on by the Israeli army. If it turns out that it was intentional and it targeted civilians at a hospital, that would be a war crime, and the people responsible should be tried and sentenced and sent to prison for those crimes. But we don't know yet. The investigation is ongoing. But I think that to characterize Israel as a democracy and the armed forces as a responsible armed forces that follows international law by this particular incident, which may or may not be a war crime, I think is unfair. Every nation, when you deploy 300,000 troops to an active war zone, you always have excesses, you have criminals, you have bad actors in amongst the army. That's the case in the British army. Let's not forget how those scenes from Iraq, where the British and American armies both committed torture in the most horrendous ways against Iraqis. So look,
this is malpractice the most moral army in the face of earth.
Even in democratic armies, but Israel is investigating it. There's no equivalence. You must not draw an equivalence between a democratic armed forces and the jihadi butchers who are in charge of Gaza, who started this war, who are keeping the hostages underground.
Okay, we're almost out of time, but Ksenia, I want you to round us out. Give us your take on what you've heard on both sides there, from Mukhaima and from Jake, and also your thoughts on whether journalists are specifically being targeted in this conflict.
Yeah, so I think that we need to focus, not only on today, but also on the future. We say that, these kind of things happen, like what happened today in Khan Yunis. And again, the army was very quick, just after 3 hours, to say that, yes, the uninvolved persons to be heard. Usually it does so when it understands that there were no real war targets on the spot. And yes, we are waiting for the formal investigation to be concluded and for results to be published. Although many of these investigations, they end with nothing and the results are never published. This is something that happens as well. But at the same time, let us think. So what will happen now, with an attempt to take over Gaza City, another few, maybe months, maybe a year of war, there will be more and more of these incidents. That's for sure. That's what we see. And that's exactly what we warned of after a few months of this war, when a lot of goals were completed, when IDF said, and IDF says repeatedly now for many, many months, we completed all of our military goals. We are going in circles. And without an alternative in power in Gaza, when we are talking, Jake, about de-radicalization, who should do this de-radicalization? Certainly not Israel. I do not see any volunteers from across the world, pouring into Gaza Strip and say, yeah, we want to take over. We want to, be in power there. No, it will be the Palestinians. You have to understand that. You can, blame Abu Mazen for staying in power for too long, something that his peers in the Arab world doing, all across the region. But you think you also can be smart. You can be smart and you can be right. So if you are smart, you are focusing on the tomorrow, on the future. So I don't want any such incidents like what happened in Khan Yunis to happen. I do not want that after another few months, another dozens or hundreds of dead soldiers and thousands of dead Palestinian civilians. I'm not sorry, definitely about dead Hamas terrorists, that we will say again, well, nothing was achieved. Hamas is still there, and we have to just end this war, like we have, ended this war in Lebanon at the time. In order to end it with dignity, to end it, first of all, it had to be ended time ago, but we can end it now in an agreement, adopting a variation of a Saudi-Egyptian proposal that was put on the table. And again, it's not for the first time, that proposes an alternative to be in Gaza, a Palestinian alternative that is supported by the whole Arab world, the moderate countries, the Abraham Accord countries, something that Israel should definitely be able to live with. If we would not focus on the alternative today, then yes, we will repeat to this discussion about radicals and jihadists who are ruling Gaza by this name or another name. Today it's Hamas, tomorrow it can be something else. So this is the future I'm fearing for. I live in Israel and I have children that are growing up in Israel. Okay. So I want them to be safe. The only way for them to be safe is, for Gaza to be safe and for West Bank to be safe and to have a comprehensive political agreement in the end of that with the Palestinian state at sight, not tomorrow, but at some point. So this is what we have to achieve. And not to say, well, another target, another war, another Gaza City, another something like this will bail us out.
Thank you, Ksenia. Just in order of fairness, Jake, before we wrap up, I'll give you the right of reply there to balance out our conversation, and then we'll be out of time.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with a lot of what was said. I mean, you're right. The continuation of the war is an awful thing. But look, it can't finish until the hostages are released. There isn't like there's some deal that to release all the hostages.
They can die during the attempt to release them.
That deal just doesn't exist. And the Palestinian Authority, I mean, you said yourself that Abu Mazen corresponds to leaders around the Arab world and ignoring democracy. You would not have a democratic Palestine. But the worst thing about the Palestinian Authority...
But also Egypt and Jordan are not democratic. Jake, look around you. Look around all of the countries around us. They're not democratic either. So what?
Sorry, I believe I was given the moment to respond. The worst thing about the Palestinian Authority is not the fact that it is corrupt and anti-democratic. It's not the fact that it's brutal against its own citizens, by the way, beating them up and even murdering them in custody, as we saw with Nizar Banat a few years ago. The worst thing about it is that it supports terrorism. The Palestinian Authority pays reward money to people convicted of terrorism against Israel. And the idea that it would be a good idea for Israel to seek the Palestinian Authority to be the ruler over Gaza and the West Bank, as an authority which actively supports terror and radicalization, and that would leave Israel more secure, I think is for the birds. Now, look, I agree with you that not enough effort and energy has gone into post-war planning. I think much more energy should have gone into that. But it's very difficult when Hamas retains control over the population. I share your pain. I don't live in Israel. You do. I defer to all of that. And I feel a little bit out of turn speaking to you because you live there and your kids live there and so on and so forth. I've got family there, but I don't live there myself. But nonetheless, it seems from the outside point of view that this war will only come to an end when the hostages are released. That's Hamas's responsibility. All the pressure must be placed on Hamas to achieve that by the international community, not on Israel.
Okay, I wish that we had more time to continue to convey both of these counterpoints to this argument, but unfortunately we are going to have to leave it there. But we appreciate everyone's contribution and all of your time. Thank you to our guests, Ksenia Svetlova, the Executive Director of ROPES, the Regional Organisation for Peace, Economics and Security, Professor Mohaima Abu Sada, the visiting lecturer at Northwestern University, and Jake Wallace-Simons, the Telegraph columnist, broadcaster and author. Thank you all for your time on Counterpoints. And thank you for watching this episode of Counterpoints. Our appreciation also to Ruby Chen, father of Israeli hostage Itai Chen, who joined us earlier in the show. Keep up to date of all our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube, and be sure to follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Chicago. Chicago, the Windy City. There's just anything and everything to do about town. Need a lowdown of the top spots in Chicago? Nestled along the shores of Lake Michigan, the city has become a destination known for its vibrant art scene, cultural attractions, excellent shopping, and majestic architecture. The city's art and architecture takes cues from 20th century design. Architects Louis Sullivan and Frank Lloyd Wright, and artists like Picasso, Miro, Dubuffet, and Chagall are the known design mavens who've beautified the city. There's the Art Institute of Chicago, a world-class museum that holds thousands of art masterpieces. Its collection dates from thousands of years back, including paintings, prints, photography, sculptures, and even architectural drawings, textiles, and decorative art. Surely a feat for the eyes. Impressionist and post-impressionist paintings, including Georges Seurat's 1884 A Sunday Afternoon on La Grande Jatte, Renoir's 1879 Acrobats at the Cirque Fernando, and numerous paintings by Claude Monet are among the popular ones in the museum. The city isn't short of spectacular sports events too. There's the Chicago Bears in American football, the Chicago White Sox and Cubs in baseball, and who wouldn't forget the Chicago Bulls in basketball? The Millennium Park is also a hip place to visit, being a venue for many creative events. The park has a pavilion for outdoor concerts, an interactive fountain, plus a huge garden and plaza. Chicago also boasts of the famous Michigan Avenue, one of the most attractive boulevards in the U.S. Here, you will chance upon rows and rows of galleries, boutiques, and luxury shops. People often drop by the Wrigley Building, the famous Tribune Tower, and the John Hancock Center. The Navy Pier, which dates back to 1916, is another famous tourist spot. It's got up to 50 acres of gardens, attractions, restaurants, shops, concert venues, botanical gardens, and parks. There's a huge Ferris wheel and a carousel too. There's a 3D IMAX theater and the Chicago Shakespeare Theater for classical performances. The pier is most known for its sightseeing tours and excursions. Better catch one during your visit. Last but not least are the destinations for learning. Visit the Museum of Science and Industry or the Field Museum of Natural History for some educational fun. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Boston. What do you know about Boston? Boston is the capital city of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in the United States, and the largest too, being about 48 square miles or 124 square kilometers in size, and an estimated population of about 667,137 residents. With that, Boston becomes the largest city in New England and comes in as the 23rd largest city in the United States. Boston is a city for those with a knack for history. It's always interesting to explore, but aside from that, you can appreciate it for its mix of offerings. You can enjoy the view of the skyline or its many art galleries and museums. Take a walk in the many parks or, of course, the prime tourist spots. Probably the most popular are their nautical tours and historical legends that we're here to find out more about. The city is filled with historical sites that are quite easy to discover. There's the Freedom Trail. There's Paul Revere's home. These sites are all reflective of the Great Revolution, where one will be reminded of America's incredible history. Next, of course, are the museums, which are easily accessible throughout the city. Here you'll come across a mix of fine arts, history, and scientific discoveries. There's the famous Charles River, just near the Science Museum, as well as the Boston Public Library and Copley Square, among others. Popular tourist attractions are, of course, part of the city. Boston has got a great outdoor space that's home to many entertainment events. Tourists and locals alike enjoy the happenings that are held here. You can choose from a lot of various activities, from seeing the historic churches to visiting the sea animals or the Fenway Park. Take your pick. And then there are the friendly neighborhoods. It's what makes the city of Boston unique. Each area has its own identity and mix of history, cuisine, attractions, and urban scenery. You can enjoy strolling through the different areas and see everything from brownstones to skyscrapers. Last but not the least, the city is also famous for its diverse culinary offerings. They have dim sum in Chinatown and authentic Mexican food in Fort Point. Then there's also the incredibly good homemade Italian food in the North End. Each boasts of distinct tastes that make up the uniquely diverse Boston city. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
and an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world